Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Mary Woods. I have a beautiful poem called Empowerment. I hope you like it. I wrote this poem and I really hope you enjoy it. We are all like snowflakes on our own life's journey. It's really give and take. It's part of our recovery. And I can bare my soul to each and every one of you through lyrics, music and poetry. I can show you the real me finally. I encounter new people these days and discover their inner beauty. They say knowledge is power. Empowerment is our new identity. And please take control and responsibility. Power over your life is part of our inner beauty. Make sure you're informed and focus on your strengths. Stand up for the weak. This is empowerment. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it.
We begin our journey like curious children, hearts beating fast to the songs and stories that play and replay in our minds. But we have come to learn new songs, new stories from the lived experience of others on the path. Through the shared gentle breeze of connection which holds us safe. Together, we look towards the distant hills of hope, discovering our identities as we reflect on the wisdom of those that have gone before us. That it is surely the journey and not the destination that matters. Somewhere, sometime along the way, we will stop still and breathe in the great reality of the moment. It is then that our senses will be filled with meaning. It is then that our hearts will be touched by the quiet dignity of empowerment. It is then that we will know true freedom.
Miragwith from Ireland. Good morning, afternoon to everyone. My name is Catherine Brogan and I'll be your MC for the day. What a wonderful way to open Empowerment, our seminar today. Thank you to Billy, to Mayor for writing this amazing poem, especially for seminar today, and to Joan for reciting it, and to Mary with her own poem on empowerment. On behalf of Mental Health Ireland and Mental Health Europe, I would like to welcome you to our virtual empowerment seminar, Let's Talk Empowering Recovery in Europe. Today's event was 100% co-produced with peer educators, education facilitators, recovery coordinators, Mental Health Ireland team members, Mental Health Europe team members, the European Network of Users and ex-users and survivors of psychiatry, and the HSE National Office for Mental Health Engagement and Recovery. This event, as you may be aware, was due to be hosted in the beautiful city of Kilkenny in Ireland. But due to the situation we've all found ourselves in with COVID-19, we have had to adapt a new way of working. There's always positives for every negative. And today, instead of having 70 people here with us in Ireland, we have over 350 people joining us from across Europe. So you are all so very welcome. Although we're not getting to meet in the way we would have hoped to meet you, where we would have been delighted to share our hospitality with you in person. We hope that this virtual seminar will convey how important empowering recovery as a theme is to all of us. My role is now to go through some of the housekeeping for the day. And normally this is where I would be standing up and telling you all where the exits are, where the toilets are, and where to go for tea, coffee, and lunch. And I always love pretending to be an air hostess and waving my arms and pointing needlessly. But alas, I can't do that today. So I am really hoping that you all know where your toilets, your exits, and where you're going to get your cup of tea, coffee, and lunch are. Now for some of the business. You should have all received a copy of today's programme, but if you still need one, it's available on our website, www.mentalhealthireland.ie. As attendees, your name or your photo will not appear on the screen at any time in the main Zoom room. However, in the 4 workshops where you will have a second link, that function will be available, but you can choose to turn it off. We are recording the full event except for the workshops so that it can be available after today for anyone who wants to revisit any aspects of the day. And again, this will be available on www.mentalhealthireland.ie. Throughout the day, you will be able to ask questions via the chat function on your screen. The chat function is located on the bottom of your screen if you're using a computer or laptop. It's on the top right if you're using an iPad, and the bottom left-hand corner if you're using your mobile phone. Anything you say over chat can only be seen by the panelists. We will do our very best to answer as many questions as possible during today's event. However, we will make sure that all questions are answered and posted to the Mental Health Ireland website within a month of this event. And Sonia will also send you a reminder email to let you know this. If you're using Twitter today, please follow @mentalhealthirl and please use the hashtag #EmpoweringRecovery. The day will run from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Irish time and will include live panel discussions, interactive workshops, 3 keynotes presentations with a live Q&A following each, videos co-produced from across Europe of music, poetry, song, art, photography, and writing. And last but not least, we will have an amazing virtual recovery trail where we will try to convey some of the recovery services available in Kilkenny City. I'll be popping in and out during the day to introduce each section as we come to it on the programme. We have an English captions inside the webinar, and to access these, go to the bottom of your screen and click Closed Caption and select the show subtitle option. To access in other languages, you can go to www.mentalhealthireland.com/empowering recovery and use YouTube live translation. Coffee, tea, and stretch break will take place at 10:55 for 20 minutes, and lunch will take place at 12:30 to 1 p.m. Make sure to stay tuned in during the lunch break, as there will be much more spectacular art, photography, poetry, and music that was sent to us from all over Europe. All of the information and all of the events activities from today will be made available on our website from tomorrow on www.mentalhealthireland.ie. I will go through the information around the workshops at 1 p.m. and the workshops will commence at 1:10 for 90 minutes. A reminder link will be sent to you in advance of the workshop for your convenience. If you need to log out at any stage today, don't worry, you can log back in at any time just using the link that you had this morning. For now, on behalf of all the co-production team, I hope you enjoyed today's empowerment seminar. The opening to the event will run now from 10:15 till 10:45, and I will MC this. So without further ado, we will get the seminar officially opened. So a big welcome to Martin Rogan, CEO of Mental Health Ireland, Claudia Marinetti, Director of Mental Health Europe, Olga Kilina, Chair of the European Network of Users and Ex-Users and Survivors of Psychiatry, and Michael Ryan, Head of Mental Health Engagement and Recovery with the HSE. The panel today will talk to us about the theme of the seminar, Empowering Recovery, from their perspective and their organisational perspective. So Martin, I'm going to start with yourself, if that's okay, and you're very welcome to today. So can you tell me, from the perspective of Mental Health Ireland, what Let's Talk Empowering Recovery in Europe means?
Thanks, Catherine, and welcome to all our delegates today as well. So this is a really important day for Mental Health Ireland, and we're one of the founding members of Mental Health Europe, so it's a really great honour for us to host this event for colleagues right across Europe and indeed beyond Europe. So at Mental Health Ireland, we have two particular roles. One is in promoting positive mental health and well-being across whole populations, but we also have a very special role in working in co-production with people in recovery, people recovering from significant mental health challenges right across their lives. And we work in the Republic of Ireland, and we collaborate with our European colleagues and world colleagues in advancing that. I suppose what's really special about today for us as well is our own strategy is known as empowerment, from ideas to action. And this is really about that action. It's about making things happen. It's about having these conversations and learning and sharing. And that's what's really important to us. I suppose Ireland is a small island. We've less than 5 million people working in our part of the island, at least. And we haven't always had a proud tradition in empowering people with mental health needs. In fact, historically, in about 1950 in Ireland, we held the world record for psychiatric hospitalization. So we had almost 1% of our population living in large, often quite austere and quite limiting psychiatric settings. We've come a long way from there, and now we're much more community oriented, and we want to engage more and more with the experience and the wisdom and the very particular insights of people who use services, their family members, and indeed the voice of their community. So empowerment really is about mobilizing these ideas. So as a small island, we need to look outward. We want to embrace new ideas. We want to learn from your discoveries and what's worked well. And sometimes when you're innovating, it doesn't always work well. So occasionally you'll find yourself down a cul-de-sac, and it takes some courage to say, let's back up here. Let's engage more voices and get involved as well. So I think this event, in terms of its inception, its creation, the whole production, and I would say there's been an extraordinary team working behind the scenes through the technology. And we had originally hoped to bring people to Kilkenny and meet in person and enjoy some hospitality. Unfortunately, we can't do that on this occasion, but perhaps into the future. But the level of co-production woven right through this event has been extraordinary. And I'd just like to acknowledge our colleagues in Mental Health Europe, in ENSUP, and indeed in the Health Service Executive, the Irish Public Health System. So there's been a really, really positive engagement there as well. So we're looking forward to a really exciting day with music, with poetry, with discussion. And we want to have a lively conversation. That's really what today is about. It's let's talk. And how do we promote and drive and advance the whole model of recovery? And what does that mean in Europe today? And what does it mean in Europe tomorrow? So I think there's a really good opportunity to learn and to share.
Thanks, Martin. I'm going to just ask Claudia, from Mental Health Europe's perspective, what does empowering recovery mean?
Thank you very much. And First of all, thanks to Mental Health Ireland for hosting this year's European Empowerment Seminar. And I really agree with what Martin said. It was a great work, and I have seen what has been happening and the co-production around it. And it is a really great event. As Catherine mentioned, I am a director of Mental Health Europe. Mental Health Europe is the largest independent European umbrella organization advocating for positive mental health and well-being and for the rights of persons living with mental ill health, and also raising awareness to end mental health stigma and discrimination. We have just this year 35 years of experience in leading the mental health movement in Europe, and we have over 90 members across 30 European countries. When we talk about recovery, it is key to know that as Mental Health Europe, we promote very much a psychosocial model of mental health that goes well beyond an outdated, what we think is an outdated biomedical approach. So instead of defining mental ill health as a disease caused by purely biological factors, we should be cured or at least addressed by healthcare professionals who hold all the power and know better. We look at a person's life and social environment. We treat these factors as equally important in understanding well-being and mental ill health. And we recognize that people who have experienced or are experiencing mental distress are experts in their own lives. And this is important to understand what our approach to recovery is. When the person receives a diagnosis of mental ill health, we know that it can bring maybe a sense of relief, but also very much, it can be a lonely experience, it can be stigmatizing experience. It affects very much how people feel about themselves, their self-confidence, their relationships. Their sense of purpose, and it's often accompanied by a lack of hope in the future. In this sense, so we understand that recovery is a personal experience. It's different for each individual, but it is also about relationships and about learning from others. There is no magic solution. There's certainly not a magic pill. There is not a formula for everybody, but each person has their own personal journey to recovery. And in the end, this is really about finding ways of dealing with issues linked to mental ill health and leading a good life, whether this is with what professionals call symptoms or not. But we also know that not all countries across Europe are in the same place when it comes to embracing this idea of recovery and also setting paths to recovery that are meaningful. So talking about empowering recovery in Europe for us has at least three main meanings. One is reinforcing the psychosocial model of mental health across Europe, and leaving behind the updated biomedical model and setting the persons at the center of any solution, so that recovery really means more than just medication or therapy, and that the interests served are those of the persons with mental health problems and not those of other powers. A second meaning for us, it's truly considering the person in their social environment and fostering real co-production. So one of the strengths of Mental Health Europe is that we bring under the same umbrella many different stakeholders in the field of mental health, from people with experience of mental health problems, with their families and friends and carers, to service providers themselves, advocates, mental health professionals, volunteers. These are all the people that want to work the same way that we do on mental health. And all these interlocutors are key really to setting effective recovery paths. And true co-production can only be achieved via honest and equal exchanges. And lastly, talking about empowering recovery also means for us talking about the rights of persons with mental health problems and psychosocial disabilities, and really finding ways to make sure that they are achieved everywhere in Europe. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Claudia. I'm going to ask Olga now, from the European Network of Users and Ex-Users and Survivors of Psychiatry. What does this all mean from your organization's perspective?
Good afternoon or morning. Well, INOSP has 32 member organizations and a few individual members in 28 European countries, both inside and outside of the European Union. In our member organizations, the majority are ex-users, users and survivors of psychiatry, and all our individual members are persons with lived experience. And we can say that this empowerment of the patients is widespread, and it's both in poor and wealthy countries, both inside and outside of the European Union. The majority of the European countries still have guardianship systems, which means that people are deprived of the right to decide in violation of Article 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. The absolute majority of countries have still institutions in place, and they lock people up in those institutions, sometimes for life. The absolute majority of the countries also systematically use forced interventions and have special rules and laws on mental health. And this is specifically created for one category of people, which constitutes discrimination. The biomedical perspective still rules the whole field, and pharmacological interventions are considered as the main option of mental health care. So this means that lots of people going through the mental health care system lose hope, lose a positive view of themselves, and they just become passive recipients of whatever is offered without stopping to ask themselves, is it what really helps me? How to get what is going to help me? Where to start if the whole system of services is wrong? And what to do when even the law is against me? This webinar, from our perspective, provides an opportunity for those who started asking these questions to get some information on what to look for inside of the services, like respect, real care, opportunity to choose, freedom from forced interventions, and what to do if the services are not what they should be. At least where to start, because it is impossible to actually provide all the relevant information in just a few hours. So we see here that we have a huge work to be done, and INUSP is very much interested in advocacy, first of all, and in networking. We are focusing on connection of people with lived experience throughout Europe, and we're focused on advocacy and on protection and promotion of our human rights. And the points INUSP wants to make is that recovery is impossible without respect for human rights and without creating support systems that respect and implement those rights. So we're looking forward to discuss during our workshop how human rights actually contribute to empowering recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga. Michael, from the Health Services Executive here in Ireland, our National Health Service, what is your perspective on empowering recovery?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. It's a great privilege to be here, and I am Head of Mental Health Engagement and Recovery with the HSE, which is the main healthcare provider in Ireland. And my role is to represent the views of service users, family members and carers at the highest level of governance in the mental health service in Ireland, to ensure that their opinions are informing the design, delivery and evaluation of services. And right through the service, we have a number of people in similar roles. We have area leads, we have people in recovery education, we have peer support workers, we have peer managers. And I suppose that our focus is to try and develop more recovery orientated services. And that, to me, is what we mean by empowered recovery services. That we have services that will allow service users or who use our services to achieve recovery outcomes that are meaningful to them, that are relevant to their life. And I suppose how we do that as set out in our recently launched new national policy sharing division. It talks about a service where recovery outcomes are enabled through people taking informed decisions about their own life and their own care. It's supported by recovery-focused best clinical practice, and everything is underpinned by lived mental health experience. And as we can see, even by this conference today, that recovery is a very holistic business, and it crosses the whole domain of health and social. So every stakeholder needs to understand how recovery is achieved. So everybody needs to be empowered. And that's the challenge for us as a service provider, is to ensure that everyone is empowered to know my role in delivering a recovery orientated service. So if I'm a service user that comes in through recovery education, I can be empowered to know that recovery is possible for me, that it can be achieved. Similarly, if I'm a family member or carer, that my loved one can recover, but also that I can be empowered to look after myself, my own self-care, and also achieve my own life ambitions. And if I'm a service provider, to be empowered, what does that mean? It means that I understand my role as not a prescriber of recovery, but a facilitator of the clients who come to me, to facilitate them achieving the recovery goals that they desire. And to help us achieve that, we have in Ireland a guidance document called the National Framework for Recovery in Mental Health, and that sets out what we think a recovery orientated service looks like, and it has 4 principles. The primary one being about the centrality of the service user's own experience. So that's the most important thing. And then it has 16 actions and 25 values that are the other way around, perhaps, that to help achieve that from a service point of view. So to help us to ensure that we're achieving a recovery, that we have measures we can map against. And I suppose in a recovery orientated service, to really empower it, we need to enshrine the voice of the service user and the family member and the carer. We need to recognise that is equal with other voices, such as clinical or social or service provider, whatever, and at a philosophical level, that lived mental health experience is an additional and core resource in developing a recovery orientated service. And all across Europe, I think there is progress being made in that direction, and certainly in the last number of years in Ireland we've made strides in that area. We still have a way to go, but that's my hope, that we will achieve that, and then that will represent for us an empowered recovery focused service.
Thank you, Michael. So from my summation of what I've heard, we're all coming at it from different perspectives, and it's from the perspectives of our lived experience in our own countries. And coming together to talk about recovery, we would say, when we talk about it as somebody who has got a lived experience, it's an individual journey. And I suppose across Europe, in all the different countries, we're all on individual journeys. And the power of co-production can bring us all together so that we can help each other to progress that journey and get some form of unison. Because no more than I know, here in Ireland, we've got very ad hoc approaches to services from one end of the country to the other, much and all as we try to keep them all together. It does involve a lot of hard work, and listening to some of what Olga was saying in relation to the being deprived of human rights, the disparate approach to services, the discrimination, and to a certain extent across all our countries, we all experience that. And it's great that we have voices that are there that can help to progress this, so that we can see, I suppose, from my own perspective, we're all human. This is about humanity, and this is about understanding that if I have a mental health challenge, it's only a bit of me. It's not all of me. I'm also a mother, I'm also a grandmother, I'm also a worker, I'm also a father, so it's all these pieces that make up all of us and who we are. And as individuals here today, come together, because together we are stronger, and together we can affect change in the whole area of recovery across Europe. So to follow on from that, and really, because this is setting up the scene for the day for everybody, and we want everybody involved in today. We want to hear voices, we want to hear solutions, we want to know where do we go from here after today. So again, Olga, from your perspective, what would be a good outcome from today? You're on silent there, Olga.
Thank you. We expect that participants of the webinar who are persons with lived experience, as a result, will have more knowledge about human rights and the ways how to protect them. They will have more knowledge about the UNCRPD, which means the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and its meaning in psychiatry. And participants will probably get a bit empowered to engage in the process of promoting and protecting our human rights. They will get answers to some of their questions and an opportunity to ask more. And of course, we expect participants to gain more knowledge about INUSP, its members, our position and activities. And we really hope that they will have some interest in communication with INUSP and taking joint action in order to protect and promote our rights.
Thank you very much, Olga. Michael, what would a good outcome from your perspective as the head of mental health engagement and recovery in the health services in Ireland be?
For me, what a good outcome would be that people would understand, you know, when we talk about empowerment, that involves everybody who's involved in service delivery, and that everyone has a role to play, and that from today maybe they would get an insight into and a chance to reflect on, well what is my role in empowering recovery. You know, if it's if I'm a service user, to think about, you know, what does recovery mean to me, and how can I take charge of my recovery. You know, if I'm a family member, maybe it's about, you know, what does empowering myself and my loved one mean? Maybe it's taking a step back and focusing more on myself as well. And from the service provider, it's understanding, you know, that am I empowering the person to be at the center of their own recovery? So I hope people would reflect on the talking about what people hear about recovery today, and I hope we would get a sense of a vision of what an empowered service might look like. And you know, there's a famous quote says that if you know, if there's no vision, the people will despair or they will perish. And we know how important hope is in recovery. And to have hope, you know, it has to have a realization as well. And that comes through being empowered to realize that. So what I hope for today is that people would get a greater insight into what you know, empowerment means, and maybe also come to realize that you know, nobody can really empower anyone else. You know, empowerment is something that you have to take for yourself. You need to be supported to do it, facilitated to do it, but it's about taking that step for yourself. So I hope that people listening today, you know, might get the courage, if you like, to state that, to take that step of empowerment. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Michael. Martin, from Mental Health Ireland's perspective, a good outcome for us for today would be?
I think maybe just echoing some of the points we heard earlier in terms of, as Olga has mentioned, in terms of the whole area of human rights, that recovery shouldn't be an optional extra or an exceptional phenomenon. This is a right, but people need to find a way towards that and be supported. And sometimes some of the old and historic systems we had were very uncreative and actually ended up impeding people's recovery. We need to look beyond that. We need to be more creative, and there needs to be an opportunity to explore new information and be able to take that home and process that and see what that looks like in the context of your own life or within your own community. And I think, as Claudia said as well, there isn't one silver bullet. There isn't a single prescription. There isn't a single therapy or approach. People will have to feel their way and discover their way along. So I think an event like today is about sharing that, being a platform for engagement. A really good day for us, and there's been a lot of work in bringing today together, is that people would enjoy the day, they'd have really good conversations, lots of stimulation. That doesn't mean we always have to agree with each other, but it's a respectful dialogue. There's new ideas being exchanged and things that you can try out at home. So it's not just a conversation, but it's a purposeful engagement. And that's what we'd like to get to, where all the voices are heard. We'd encourage everybody to participate really fully in the workshops, use the chat function here as well, and engage. We'll get beyond the technology so we can actually form that connection and build those relationships that work for recovery.
Thanks very much, Martin. Claudia, from Mental Health Europe's perspective.
Well, for us, a good outcome would be a better understanding for all those that can and should be involved in the recovery path about the best ways to do this and how to work together and how to truly listen to each other. The concept of co-production also in recovery is something that is key. It's very important, and yet, as I mentioned before, not in all countries it is accepted or implemented in a truly co-productive way. So I hope that today's seminar will clarify what recovery means to those that are still unsure, allow for exchanges that can increase the understanding of recovery from the point of view of different stakeholders, and also open up discussions wherever some differences in this understanding persist, and really serve as a source of knowledge for those that wish to bring and to implement some change back at home. So I hope this will really foster continuing exchange and also help reinforcing the psychosocial movement across Europe.
That's really powerful information from you all as a panel. And some of probably the key words that I've picked up on there are around protection of human rights. We all have a role to play. We all have a part to play in this. No one of us can make this changes on our own. Being open to new ways of working, being open to hearing other opinions. And as Michael says, we're not all going to agree, and Martin said it as well. That's what true co-production is about. True co-production is about putting everything out there, looking at it, teasing through it, compromising, negotiating, but making changes that matter. And maybe throughout the day, asking the question that was said, what is my role? What is my role in recovery? If I'm a person with lived experience, if I'm someone supporting someone with a lived experience, if I'm somebody who's providing services, if I'm working in an NGO sector, or if I'm a member of a community, what is my role in relation to empowering recovery? And in order to do that, we do need to ask, what does recovery mean to me? Because recovery happens in everyone's lives, from any amount of different things. We're recovering from what's happened with COVID-19 and its impact. We recover from all sorts of losses in our lives, from jobs to failing exams, to loss of freedom, to having mental health challenges. So reflect was another word, and I think that's a really, really strong word, and it's one that in Mental Health Ireland we have put into our living alongside COVID, is reflecting on where we've come from, but bringing that experience here into the present so that we can make sense of it and then move into the future. And that vision of what does an empowered service look like? Think about that during the day from the perspective of your own perception, but also from your community, from where you live. What does an empowered service look like? Hope is a powerful word. We all need hope in our lives. But there are times when we can't see that hope, when things are so dark and so disparate and we feel so discriminated against. We can't find the wood for the trees. So we need to hold the hope for each other when we can't hold it for ourselves. And then better understanding. If we have a better understanding, maybe we can get some sort of an agreed understanding, which can help us into the future to strengthen what we're doing across the whole of Europe. So I hope I gathered some of the thoughts of the panelists, and thank you so much for being here this morning to open the day, to give us something to provoke our thinking and to incite us to really participate today, because the learning, we can put together the seminar. It's being co-produced. We've had everyone's voice here, but we didn't have your voice, you as a participant. So your voice today can help us focus on solutions to move forward in empowering recovery across Europe. So thank you so much to Martin, to Claudia, to Olga, and to Michael for opening today's seminar and giving us lots to stir up our thinking for the day. Now we're going to ask you to sit back and to relax and to soak up some of the wonderful exhibition of art, photography, poetry, and writing, which was being submitted from across Europe. This is empowerment through the different mediums of art expression, and is as valid and as insightful into this day as the talking, as the panel, as any other aspect of today. There's something for everyone in what you are going to see here. To quote Jonathan Swift, who himself had lived experience of mental health challenges, vision is the art of seeing what is invisible to others. Think about that. Following the exhibition, there'll be a 20-minute tea, coffee, stretch break. So I'll see you back here then at 11:15. Enjoy.
In Harmony by James McNicholas. I am a soul. I float among the fjords of memory. I am a presence as I float over sand and sea. I am a vision. I see the snow-capped mountains. I am a spirit. I listen to the deep silence of glaciers. I am a light, shining day and night, 24 hours in the sky. I am a dark rock where puffins rest, safe, high in cliffs. I am a silence of the glacier, 10,000 years, one moment. I am a wind that blows, sharp, bitter, relentant. I am a steep mountain casting a spell in the depths of the mind. I am a path around the island, leading home, leading home. I am a burden weighing down, a glacier of ice on my head. I am a song in the air, a gentle whisper, a humming hush. I am an ocean deep in the eyes, ebbing, flowing, endless sound. I am a rest and restoration for soul, a dream becoming true. I am a fire in the volcano, emitting smoke. Danger, beware. I am a bubble from the eruption, glorious for a second. I am a valley, nature abounding between and within. I am a rainbow shining on the waterfall, reflecting at one. I am a great divide of continents, longing for unity. I am a dew that sparkles on the ground, a flower looms above. I am a sword and a shield of the saga, the good and bad in one. I am a fortress of stone, chanting the monastic hymn, eternally. I am a swan, a summer guest, flying in formation, graceful, one. I am a horse, a steed, bearing my night into battle. Listen close. I am a warmth of the sun, refreshing my soul journey. I am a flower growing in a crevice, safe from the wind. I am 1,000 stars celebrating, dancing on the ceiling. I am a raindrop rolling on a slide from cloud to earth. I am a blue whale performing dramatics, sprays of water, now. I am an Arctic fox disguised in shades of blending. I am a mind that runs far away, will, was, here and now. I am a dance of memories, sweet, serene, silent, solemn, safe.
This is a piece called Celtic Lament by the English composer John Foles, as side tread by me, Karishma Falvey.
standing her ground. Standing her ground, this brave lady stares at the eye of the storm. She protects her babies. She toils the fields and beneath the hot hazy sun. She battles the odds where it all begun. Violence and strife is her new norm, is part of her life ever since she was born. And she gazes at her babies with just love and empathy. She vows they will have a better life. It will be part of their destiny. But there is hope, a beacon of light, with champion charities that leads humanity's fight.
A Heart Needs a Home by Richard Thompson. I know the way that I feel about you. I'm never gonna run away. No, I'm never gonna run away. Never knew the way when I lived without you. But I'm never gonna run away. No, I'm never gonna run away. I came to you and no one could hear me. I'm sick and weary of being alone. Empty streets and hungry faces. The world's no place when you're on your own. A heart needs a home. A heart needs a home. Some people say that I should forget you, but I'm never gonna be a fool. No, I'm never gonna be a fool. Better life, they say, if I'd never met you, but I'm never gonna be a fool. No, I'm never gonna be a fool. Tongues talk fire and eyes cry rivers. Indian givers, hearts of stone. Paper ships and painted faces. The world's no place when you're on your own. A heart needs a home. A heart needs a home.
I died into a new life. The day I died into a new life, I heard the sound of absolute silence. I saw its outlines and I felt its touch. I tasted its scent. The absolute silence is the sound of a soul. The chambers of my heart breathe in memories of a future. They were revived 666 minutes after my cardiac arrest happened. Do you know how misery tastes if you haven't suffered one before? Do you believe the hungry if you are saturated yourself? Human life is hidden in the shell of an instant that lasts forever. The circle of suffering rises in a spiral of eternity. The mirror image of a human soul is eternal. The sign of eternity is burned into the heart as an irreversible sign of destiny. Through love, my heart woke up from being unconscious. Now I know we all are here forever. The waxy phase of my life flows steadily through the web of forgotten dreams. There's a crooked mirror behind me. It reflects virtual reality and the density of destiny. My faith crashed on the island of my own pride. Who will advise me how to survive my own death? Who strengthens the muscles of my heart to make my childhood dreams eternal? A full moon slid over my palm like an invisible veil, and suddenly everything went black. People fell silent in a horrible hiss. Those dead in their hearts need the silence of the spirit to cure the white noise of matter. Being on the payroll of God is not easy. You will only appreciate the real price of the work by the measure of your love.
Πηγαίνουν μύθια στον κρεμό, στο πίσω από τον αρχηγό. Πηγαίνουν μύθια στη φωτιά και την πληρώνουν τα παιδιά. Φεύγω για αλλού, γιατί ο κόσμος κάνει μου. Βρω το ψέμα στο γυαλί, μια ζωή να απατηλεί. Oh my God, ο κόσμος κάνει κι αν ακουγόταν βρυχυθμός θα μάθαν όμορφος λαός. Χιόνι χαλάζει και βροχή, πώς θα τη βγάλουν η βροχή. Οι λιώσες τρώσουν στεριά, παχνάχανε παρηγοριά. Λεφτά στην άδεια τη ζωή, νομίζουν τα έχουν μερικοί κι αυτού του κόσμου τη φωτιά πάντα πληρώνουν τα παιδιά.
Where in the hell can you go? Far from the things that you know, far from this concrete sprawl that keeps crawling its way. about 1,000 miles a day. Take one last look behind, commit this to memory and mind. Don't miss this wasteland, this terrible place when you leave. Keep your heart off your sleeve. Motherland, cradle me, close my eyes, lullaby me to sleep. Keep me safe, lie with me, stay beside me, don't go. Oh, my 5-and-dime queen, tell me what have you seen? The lust and the avarice, the bottomless, the cavernous greed. Is that what you see? Motherland, cradle me, close my eyes, lullaby me to sleep. Keep me safe, lie with me, stay beside me, don't go. It's your happiness I want most of all, and for that I'd do anything at all. If you want the best of life and the most of love, if there's anything I can do at all. So come on, shotgun wife, what makes me envy your life? The faceless, the nameless, the innocent, the blameless and free. What's that like to be? Motherland, cradle me, close my eyes, lullaby me to sleep. Keep me safe, fly with me, stay beside me, don't go. Don't you go, don't you go.
Back, everyone. Wow. What did you think of that exhibition? Wasn't it just absolutely so powerful? It really adds to the spoken word that we had in the opening of the day. We couldn't believe the amount of people who submitted such wonderful pieces of work and wanted to contribute to today. So we felt it was so important to make sure that everything that was submitted will be seen throughout the day, but also that it will be available on Mental Health Ireland's website from tomorrow, www.mentalhealthireland.ie. At various times during the day and also during the lunch, we will have so much more of this wonderful poetry, art, music, writings, and it's all coming from the soul, from the heart and soul of people who are both living with mental health challenges, family members, people who are working within the services, but all coming with a common aim. That common aim for all of us is that we make life better for people who have challenges in mental health. And this is going to be news to the people who did submit, particularly the art, poetry and writing. But we were so overwhelmed with it, and because we've been putting it together into the segments and watching it and listening it and hearing what people are saying, we felt this is not just for one day. This is forever. This is what memories are made of. This is what the future can help to achieve. So we are going to create a book. We will go back to each person first to ask, are they okay with their submission to go into that book? And we'll also ask you if there's any context you'd like to write to include in it, so that it becomes more meaningful to us as an audience and more meaningful to you who created it. So we'll get back in touch with you again around that. So we're going to move in now to our next session. And this is with our keynote speakers. So we'll have 3 presentations, and my friend and colleague, Michael Norton, who's the recovery lead in the HSC Mental Health Engagement and Recovery, will now introduce the next session and MC it. Thank you, and I'll see you all at about 12:15.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for that introduction. For anyone that doesn't know me, my name is Michael Norton. I am one of the National Engagement and Recovery Leads with the Office of Mental Health Engagement and Recovery here in Ireland. As Catherine has mentioned, I'm your MC for this part of the day. And this part of the day is going to focus on 3 keynote speakers. What we're going to do is going to show you videos from these keynote speakers, and then we're going to have a live Q&A session where we would encourage as many of you as possible to send in any questions you may have from any of the videos you have seen. If you want to participate in the Q&A session, as Catherine mentioned earlier on this morning, there is a chat button at the end of the screen. And if you are interested in actually asking us any kind of question going, you can just press the chat button and send in your questions. I'm now going to introduce to you our 3 panelists, or our 3 keynote speakers. Firstly, we've Jolien Santigoed, who is who is from the European Network of Users and Ex-Service Users and Survivors of Psychiatry, and founder and chair of Minds Right. Next, we will have Dominique de Marnier, and she is a writer, an entrepreneur, a mental health advocate, and Mental Health Europe's senior policy advisor. And finally, we will have Gina Delaney, who is a development officer for Mental Health Ireland and family member. So without further ado, we will go to our first video, which is by Jolien Santigoed. And please, if you feel like you have any questions you may want to ask, please put it in the chat and we will ask the panelists once we come back. So without further ado, here is Jolien's video.
Hi, I'm Jolien Santigoed. I'm a board member of the European Network of Users and Survivors of Psychiatry, ENUSP. My organization in the Netherlands is called Mind Rights, but initially we started as a protest group, Rage Against Isolation. And basically, at some point I was a student and I got notified that another person was locked up in solitary confinement for the same unjustified reasons as I had experienced. And I was so angry, so I thought I have to go there. And eventually what I did was make handmade leaflets and spread them all over the environment, because to me it was clear that this could not be tolerated anymore and it had to be exposed. So, and because I saw no way to challenge this via any official channel, I thought, I'll make it public. So that's why I hang all the leaflets. And the next day it was in the newspaper. So it was actually effective. And this was one way of making my voice heard. And I got a lot of responses also after that. So it started spinning off and people started to join up and we became a movement also. And yeah, this is really inspiring. UNCRPD, it's the UN Convention from the United Nations. It's a human rights convention about the human rights of persons with disabilities. And initially I also thought like, does that include us? But yes, it does include us. It's actually quite clear that also persons with psychosocial problems and psychosocial disabilities experience barriers in the interaction with the society. So, and these barriers have various natures. So it can be physical barriers like locked wards, but it can also be attitudinal barriers such as stigma, discrimination, exclusion. So there's a lot of things in this UN convention that are actually very important for anybody with any kind of disability or problem or barrier in their life. And the first time when I read this UN convention, I was thinking like, whoa, these are legal words and I don't really know what it means. Of course, I know what are the basic human rights, but I learned that for mental health care, usually there's this exception. So I was looking through and through, where's the exception? But there was none. So that was a good sign. And then eventually, when I learned to understand, it's actually a brilliant treaty. It prohibits forced treatments. It says we have the right to freedom. We cannot be preventively detained. We cannot be drugged against our will. We cannot be fixed against our will. We have the right to be who we are, to go through the processes that we need to go through to make the mistakes that are part of life and to learn from them. I must say that once I started as an activist and to speak out against forced psychiatric practices, that really empowered me. I really felt stronger by it, and yeah, I think activism is a very important tool for me to rise in my strength, because they wanted me to admit that forced treatment was whatever I needed, and I never wanted to admit it because it wasn't. And this is a point of tension that is so deep inside me, and now to be able to speak and to say it wasn't right, and to actually have people hearing it. Because 20 years ago, I said the same things, but nobody was listening. They just closed the door. And right now, I say coercion is not right. And actually, people are more and more listening to it. And I think that itself is amazing. Even the recognition that is given by the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, who agrees that solitary confinement should not be used on vulnerable people, and that it can amount to ill treatment and torture. And for all the restraints and any treatment against their will that amount to ill treatment and torture, I think so many years ago, none of us could have imagined this kind of recognition. And I think that is truly empowering to feel this, to feel real support, and to feel you're no longer alone facing this huge bureaucratic monster that is that for so many people seems impossible to change. Because I also know a lot of healthcare workers who don't agree to the practices that happen inside these hospitals, but they also need to be empowered. Because if you are just a student coming from your university full of great ideals and knowledge, and then they end up in the practice and they say, oh, there's no time to use all my knowledge and all the things I learned. I have to forget here for the sake of procedures and time and the routines. And they also get burned up. And so such a young student with ideals, they cannot compete with the seniors in the team who think they have more power. So there are so many power imbalances. Even the pharmaceutical industry, to mention one of the conflicting powers that really pollute the healthcare sector, the mental healthcare sector, I should say. And I think there's a lot of powers, so to say, but it's really empowering to see that there's finally support for the pain that so many users had to go through. There are several ways to use the UN Convention on different levels. So you can make everybody aware of it, and most people have respect for human rights, so they might actually take it into account in their further actions. You can bring it in court cases. So if you make a complaint about your treatment, you can refer to the UN treaty. You can submit complaints to the UN under the special procedures, and they can take a look at it and communicate with your government. And it's also possible to participate in shadow reporting, as we call it, to move closer to a world with human rights for all. I think there's so many things that each of us can do. For example, we can work on alternatives and building up the world we want to see. So that includes reforming laws and reforming court systems. It includes reforming hospitals and deinstitutionalization. It involves giving voice to people who have been the subject of the treatment, to make them actually the guiding sources and the guiding experts in this field, because nothing about us without us. And we are, after all, the people who are receiving the care. So we can say if it's helpful or not. With the European network of users and ex-users of survivors of psychiatry, we started the campaign against the draft additional protocol to the Oviedo Convention to stop forced treatments in Europe. And so we invite you to sign our petition. And if you want, you can become a member of ENASP. We have model letters on our website which can be sent to various authorities who are in need of more education about human rights and reforms to move away from forced treatments. There's so much to do to build up good practices and to dismantle bad practices. Yeah, it's so important to speak out and to contribute to the change, because the change doesn't happen automatically, and the power is not given away just like that. We really have to rise up together and to speak and to say our truth, because I learned that when you speak from the heart, many people understand and can feel what you talk about. And when you hear the stories of people who have been restrained, who have subjected to forced drugging, and you hear how much they suffered, it gives an opportunity to learn that we should not do that again, and that we should find alternatives. And people who lived through it, they know what helped them, and they know what brought change in their lives. So it offers such a valuable knowledge to work together on good practices and really change the world. And I think we all have a role to play in it.
That was our first video from Jolene, and I'm now going to be joined by Jolene, and we're going to take some of the questions you have raised in the chat session. And please feel free to continue to add in questions. The more questions we get, the better and richer the discussion will be. Jolene, I have to commend you on your video. It was absolutely fantastic. I was really taken aback, and a lot of the points that you said really hit home for me, not just as a professional, but also me in my own recovery from mental health challenges as well. And I really, really took, what really struck it for me was the whole idea of, being with your own truth, and, making sure that your truth is heard and expressed. And I was also kind of taken aback, but really intrigued by what you were saying in regards to the staff, and especially newly qualified staff just coming out onto the wards with all these bright ideas. And they've been held down by the culture of the system, the way, times and procedures and all this kind of stuff. So that was really interesting side of empowerment that I really didn't think of before, but now I do know. So thank you for that. So if it's okay with you, Jolene, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, I'm going to ask you one of the first questions that came up. One of our many listeners, Stephanie, has asked, can we make compromises on human rights?
Well, if you ask me, I don't think you can compromise on human rights, especially not in the context of recovery and empowerment. Actually, the right to diversity and the right to legal capacity, they are both stressing that you have the right to be an individual and to be yourself. Every human is an equal human being on this planet. So without having this basic respect it's already discrimination, and discrimination leads to mental health problems. It is like, it's inseparable for me. So I think recognition of human rights, starting with recognizing everybody as a person with their own agency, their own voice, their own wishes, their own definition of what is well-being, I think that is the key. And that is actually one-on-one in human rights and also in mental health care. I don't see actually a distinction.
Okay. Thank you for that, Yoni. And I really kind of take it back and really understand where you're coming from, whereas we're all our own unique individuals and we all have the right, we all have a certain set of rights, and we should not compromise on them for anything. I suppose sticking with the idea of human rights and maybe compromising human rights, another participant has asked, what would you say to the service user that actually thinks that it's okay to be locked up against your will if you are feeling suicidal and have a risk of suicide? What would you say to that individual?
Well, it's actually something I also experienced myself. And I can tell you that when you're feeling suicidal, it doesn't help to be disrespected by coercive treatments. That's actually only making the individual situation worse. And of course, there's this argument of protection and safety, but in the end, it's presence of people and being close to people who you are near with is a much better way to prevent suicidal thoughts. Because when you're alone and left alone or emotionally abandoned, when they stop taking your voice seriously, it's actually often getting worse. So it's important to connect to the world and to connect to the person and not abandon the person. So, and I think many people have never ever experienced an alternative approach to situations where persons are considered a danger to themselves or others. And if you haven't seen anything else than repression, you might think that this is the only way and accept that this is the path you need to go through. But often when you talk to people and ask, what if an alternative would have been available? What if you could have gone to the seaside instead of an institution? Then people suddenly start thinking about what alternatives could be there. But when you have never seen this new horizon, it's really hard to imagine that mental health can be fostered without repression. It's actually the only way.
Thank you for that, Yolene. And it's really is a powerful thing that there is more than just one option when it comes to, if you are feeling in that space that you are maybe suicidal or maybe thinking of suicide, there is more than one option, and you know you can and eventually will pass that venture in life, I suppose. I suppose another question that's coming in, Yolene, and this is from Savava. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. This person has a question from a friend, and they state that I love that activism and empowerment contributes to healing, but what about activism burnout and mental health and the mental health cost of engagement?
Yes. We all know that changing the world goes much too slow, and it's really hard to face all the obstacles. Even now we have this UN treaty, you think like, okay, this is a breakthrough for all of the world. And then we see the Council of Europe moving in the opposite direction, making new legislation about forced treatment. And so now we have to lobby them again and again, making them aware of human rights, which have been the CRPD, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, has been around since 2008. So it's quite unbelievable that those experts from the Council of Europe have failed to act on it, and that we have to raise this flag. And we have been pushing already for a couple of years together with Mental Health Europe and a number of other organizations to bring this awareness to the Council of Europe. And I can hardly believe that they took this step to speak about forced treatment again. This should belong to the past. We need a new discussion about how to shape mental health care without coercion. This is our challenge of our generation. So I feel like, how dare they, you know, how dare they continue on this outdated path? And yeah, I think this is one of the points that you really feel like, when are things gonna change finally? But it's going in little steps. And I think that with the European NGOs and all the organizations and all the users and survivors, if we unite, we will manage to push back the Council of Europe and make sure that Europe will be guided to a future without coercion.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Yonine, for taking the time out to really express to us everything that you've been talking about in your video and in our panel discussions. And I'm sure that there'll be an awful lot of people after today interested in actually joining the European Network for Users and Ex-Users and Survivors of Psychiatry. And it's certainly an organization I didn't hear about until earlier this week. And it's so much interesting. So thank you so much for that, Yonine.
That also, if they have further questions about ENASP, they can contact us on the Facebook page and on the website, of course.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm now going to move swiftly on to our next keynote presentation. And this is by Dominique de Marnio. And as I said, she is a writer, entrepreneur, and mental health advocate. And her keynote speech is going to be on mental health role models. So without further ado, I will hand you over to Dominique.
Everyone, my name is Dominique de Marnio. I'm from Munich, Germany. I am a writer, I am a social entrepreneur, and I'm a mental health advocate, and I'm also Mental Health Europe's Senior Policy Advisor on Youth. And I'm really happy that I have the chance to talk to you about something that is very important to me, and this is mental health role models. What do I mean by that? Why do I think it is important that we have mental health role models, and why am I trying to be one even if I've never intended to be one? And the first time that I came across this being a role model was during one of my school projects. So I go to schools and talk to pupils about my own experiences of 15 years living together with borderline, with depression and addiction. And I tell them how bad it was, but also how good it is now, and how happy I am today, and how many things I have done today that for a long time I've never even ever thought that I was ever going to be able to do. I've written a book, I've run a marathon, I've climbed mountains. I've turned 33 when for a long time I didn't ever expect to make it to my 30th birthday. And I share my story with them, and they are able to ask questions. And during one of those projects at the end, the girls said to me how encouraging it was for them to hear my story, and what a role model I was for them. And at the beginning, at the first time, I was really, no, I'm not a role model. I'm not a perfect human being. I have my weaknesses and I make mistakes. But there were a couple of those girls who repeated that. And after this project, I thought of that for a long time, and I started to see what they meant by this, because many of those girls in this particular project were in a very similar situation that I had once been in, living with traumatic experiences, with addiction, with anxiety. And with me, they had a person in front of them that had been at the same place that they were in right now, but had somehow made it through all this. And I'm very honest that in all my projects and all my work that this way out of my illnesses was a really hard one. It took a lot of work, it took a lot of time, it took a lot of relapses. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it. But I don't say that there's a shortcut or anything. But for them, the important thing to see was that all this work is worth it, and that there is a perspective for them, that there is this tunnel that they are in and everything seems dark, and suddenly there is somebody showing them that at the end of this tunnel there is a light, and there is a lighter place, and there is hope, and there is a life, and there are dreams and possibilities. And for a long time they didn't see this perspective. They didn't see that this tunnel there had an end. And suddenly I was there showing them, yes, there is, and maybe this tunnel will keep on going for a couple of weeks, months, even years, but at the end there is a light. And they also said this was some kind of orientation, like a compass. Being in the midst of a crisis, being in the grasp of depression, of anxiety, of addiction, of any form of disorder, you can start to lose your way, and everything seems so dark and no hope in anywhere. And even if you start therapy and you start to see that there's progress, that there's change, then this doesn't necessarily mean that you have a long-term goal, that you have a long-term perspective, and you're just living one day at a time, which is really a good thing to do in recovery. But sometimes it helps to see the future and to get a glimpse of what life after all this work could look like. And somehow this was what I was doing to these girls, showing them that there is a perspective, that there is a light. And I can really say today that on a scale from 0 to 10, with 10 being incredibly happy and 0 being suicidal, I've spent so many years at the lower range. Maybe 2 was my highest, and today I can say I'm living a full 9, which doesn't mean that my life is perfect or every day is good. And sometimes my depression kicks in and struggles me down on the couch for a couple of days. But overall, I have a very, very good quality of life, and I have a life that I've really never thought to ever be possible. And these are the stories that I think we need more. And if I think back to when I was like 16, 17, and my illnesses were really having control of everything in my life, if I had heard stories of people who had gone through something similar, but who had made it through this, it would have changed so much for me, because it would have given me some form of orientation, some form of perspective. And of course, it does help if really successful people start to share their stories, being in actors, soccer players, like people like Michael Phelps, or the 2 princes, Harry and William in the UK. And it does something to people when they have successful people telling them, yes, of course I have been through anxiety, I have depression, there have been crises in my life, and they are part of life, and still I'm standing here today living a happy life, living a life that some people would call successful. And those things don't have to stand apart, they can be part of one life. At the moment, what the media, at least in Germany, seem to tell us, that either you are successful, happy, have a family, have a job, or you have a mental illness. But that there are many, many people out there, I love to call them invisible warriors, who have both, who have some form of maybe experience in their past, or maybe even in their life today, but still have a family, have a job, have hobbies, have dreams and everything. And despite, or maybe because of what they have gone through, I think the more we tell these stories, the more empowering it is to people some steps behind us on the recovery journey. And for me, it would have been a game changer if I had heard my story at the beginning of my own story. If there would have been somebody saying, yes, it is really, really dark now, and I know everything sucks, and I know you have no idea how you shall ever get through this, but trust me, been there, done that, and it's worth it. Please hold on. I can assure you it's gonna be okay, and you can do this. There is a way through this. And this is really what I encourage. I mean, I'm sure that many of you are mental health role models in their own community for many, many people. And via social media, so many people have written by just sharing my story. And my story is not extreme or special. It is incredible normal, I would say. So many people have been through something similar. But by me sharing my story in a book, in the media, on social media, and sharing my journey, my steps, my life today and my life back then, it gives people hope. It's like I'm a holder of hope for many people that are still in darker places. And the messages I get from people, just because I shared my story, because I speak openly about it, encourage them to get help, to share their stories, and it passes on, and there's a great ripple effect. And I think we have together we can break this thing that mental illness and a happy life have to stand apart. We can, the more of us that show this can be part of one of the same life and one of the same person, is very, very encouraging. And I really think we need this. And at the moment in Germany, we don't have many celebrities talking about their mental health issues. I can see in other countries what it does to the conversation and how much it helps, because somehow for people on the street, when they say, oh, this prince, he has got anxiety, then I can have anxiety too. It really is a game changer. And to be a mental health role model, you don't have to be the biggest celebrity. You can start by sharing your story and to tell the things that you wish somebody had told you when you were back there. Just imagine what it would have done for you, and trust that this is what you can do for other people out there. And yes, this is why I think we need mental health role models. This is why still struggling with it, but I think, okay, I am a mental health role model, and if it helps anybody out there, I'm continuing to do that. And I'm really looking forward to any questions, and thank you very much that I was able to share these thoughts with you.
Thank you so much, Dominique, for that. I'm just in awe of you. It's just absolutely amazing. Your journey, the speaking about role models, so much of it resonates with my own story. Kind of been in that dark place thinking you're the only one that has this and no normal person has this. And then realizing that, you know what, it affects everyone in every different way. And also the beauty about it as well is that even though it might affect people the same way, in different ways, everybody can have a good quality of life even with it. So thank you so much for reinvigorating that energy in me for that. I suppose we're getting plenty of questions in, Dominique. And before we do so, I just want to encourage everyone to keep sending in your questions, because if we don't get them answered today, we will answer them in a video post that will go up in about a month's time. So please send in all your questions. They're all very, very valid. I suppose, Dominique, just to start off with you, I'm just wondering, you spoke about role models, mental health role models, and the importance of that in recovery. And I'm wondering, do you have any mental health role models? And if so, who are they?
Yes, today I have role models. None of them are German, because somehow around here we don't have them. For example, one is Matt Haig, a British author, writer, and he's really out there changing the world of mental health. Bryony Gordon is also quite an amazing woman in America, in England. And in America, there is this guy called Johnny Boucher, who he was the first person to open a mental health cafe, Sip of Hope, in Chicago. But I'm sure there should be many more, but these are 3 examples.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Dominique. I suppose we're getting some questions in, and there is a question in regards to, do you think the media has a role to play in how we perceive mental health challenges, and indeed are the role models for mental health?
Absolutely, because the media, they shift the what is reviewed as a normal mental health, they shift it to a very bizarre perspective, especially when it comes to mental illness. They only show the extreme cases or the thriller where the psycho killer is on the way, but this is such a small piece. I don't have to tell anyone out there, but this is like the smallest corner of all there is. And of course, this changes what people think about it. So it's really, really important that we work with media more and more to show them how to realistically have these things in movies, or in how to write about somebody with depression, and that you could also use different pictures than pictures of people sitting in corners, black and white, with their hands over their head and crying. There are other sides to mental health than these, and I think it's really, really important. And we know that if the media talk about a suicide attempt, then the number rises. But it also, when they talk about people who have won their struggles, then we see a decline in suicide. So we should really, really encourage media people to do this more and more. But in the end, most of them don't mean any harm with this when they do the psycho killer thing. They just don't know better, and they just don't know what it does to us. So we have to go out there and talk to them.
I totally would agree with you there, Dominique. I know from our experiences here in Ireland, even in the last couple of years, even people speaking about their own experiences of not only suicide and depression, but also schizophrenia and hearing voices, the experience of actually hearing voices, seeing shadows, which is something I experienced myself. And really, when I see people on telly or any media platform kind of saying this, like the likes, there is a program here in Ireland that was released about 2 years ago, Schizophrenia, the Voices in My Head, and I could really resonate with the speakers of that. And it was the first time that I actually heard someone actually stand up and say, I actually hear voices, but I'm living the best life that I have. And that's really, really powerful. I suppose you did mention, Dominique, in your video that you have a book. And there is an awful lot of queries coming in about what is the name of this book. Everybody must read it. So can you enlighten us on what the name of the book is?
So far, it's only in German, and but roughly translated, it means why being normal isn't that normal. I'm really working on it to being it translated into English. But yeah, it's really about this. For such a long time, I just wanted to be normal. I wanted to be like all the other people out there. But today I know that there is no normal, and that there are so many normals as there are people, and that this whole idea is really having far too much power over our society.
Sounds like an absolutely excellent read, and I can't wait for it to be published in English. Thank you so much, Dominique, for your insight and for answering our questions here today. I'm now going to go on to our third and final keynote speaker for today, for this section of the day, rather. And I know her very well. She's a really deep friend of mine, has helped me out through so much things in life. Her name is Gina Delaney, and she is a development officer with Mental Health Ireland, and also a family member of someone who has a lived experience of mental health challenge. She's going to be speaking in her keynote address about empowering family recovery and the importance of that. And just before we go to the video, I just want to encourage people as much as possible, please send in your questions because it really enriches the discussion we have today. So without further ado, I'd like to pass you on to Gina Delaney.
Hello, my name is Gina Delaney, and I'm a development officer with Mental Health Ireland. And I'm here to talk with you for the next 10 minutes on the topic of empowering family recovery. So how I'm going to do that is by talking about the importance of individual recovery and also of service recovery. And then finally give an example of what can support the empowerment of family recovery. So before I begin, I'm going to introduce myself and give you a little bit of background on who I am and where I'm coming from. So I myself I've grown up in a home where I had a parent with mental health challenges, and that presented itself with many different challenges to me growing up, and I developed coping skills to help me with this. And as I got older and was able to access supports for myself, well, then I was able to develop better coping skills. So that's my personal experience. My professional experience, I have worked with Samaritans, I've worked at volunteers, a peer supporter, and I've worked with Family Carers Ireland with mental health engagement and recovery, and as I said already, now I work with Mental Health Ireland, and I feel very lucky to have had those experiences, and I feel that they have really contributed to my knowledge and understanding of what empowers family recovery. So as we begin, we're going to first of all just talk about the importance of individual recovery. So, and I think it's widely understood and accepted now that recovery is for everybody, and certainly to empower family recovery, that recovery is for everybody within the family. That each member of the family will have their own needs and experiences, and it will be important for each member of the family to go about their own recovery journey and to understand what it is that they need for that. And that will help, I suppose, when we all are the best that we can be, well then we can bring the best of ourselves to our relationships, and in turn get the best from others in our relationships. So that's the importance of individual recovery. And one way of outlining this is to look at Mary Leamy's CHIME. So CHIME are 5 recovery processes that were identified as being common to a large amount of people. And CHIME stands for, the C is connectedness. And connectedness really just means, I suppose, connected with the people that matter in your life and having good relationships with them, being connected with your services, with your supports, with your community, and also being connected with yourself and knowing what's important to you and knowing what you need for your recovery. So H then is for hope, and hope really is about being able to look forward, to have things to look forward to knowing that there is potential in your life and in you, and feeling content in that, in the knowledge that that there is hope for the future and potential in your life. So the I then in CHIME is for identity, and identity, I suppose, knowing that you're more than a label, knowing that you're more than a diagnosis, or more than a family with a mental health challenge, more than a role, as well, more than the mother of somebody with a mental health challenge, or more than a carer, or more than somebody with schizophrenia. So and feeling good about the positive roles that you have in your life also, and being able to identify those and to know that there are positive roles in your life. The M in CHIME is for meaning, and knowing that you matter, knowing that you matter, to other people, that you're able to make a difference, that you can give back, that you can contribute in whatever way that is important to you, and I suppose having that sense within yourself that you matter. And the final letter in CHIME is E for empowerment, and empowerment is about knowing and identifying for yourself what it is that you need for your recovery, no matter what perspective you're coming from within the family. It's about knowing how to get it, either yourself or with support. And it's about finally believing as well that you deserve this, that you deserve to be able to go and achieve what it is that you want to achieve in your life. So you deserve recovery. So that's the importance then of, personal recovery. So if each of us are coming from a place that we're feeling good in ourselves, feeling good about ourselves, and we're able to get the best, then bring the best and get the best from other people, that is really important in empowering family recovery. So moving on then to the importance of organisational recovery in empowering family recovery. So if we have the right supports in place within our mental health services, well, then we're going to get a service that can respond really well to supporting families in recovery. The framework for recovery in mental health is an Irish document that sets out what a recovery focused service looks like. And it does this by identifying 4 recovery principles. So the first principle is having lived experience at the centre of the design, the delivery and the evaluation of our services. So it's really, to make sure that there's meaningful engagement in that. The second then is co-production. So making sure that all the key people that are important in family recovery are part of the conversation and are equal in contributing to the conversation, no matter what it is that we're trying to achieve within our mental health services, whether it's new services, whether it is delivering recovery focused workshops, whether it is putting a care plan together, that we actually have the people that are impacted by this around the table to discuss this and to get the best from that, because we're bringing in the insights and the expertise of everybody in that. The third then is organisational commitment, and without that it's very difficult to progress anything else. So it's very important that at all levels of the organisation, inside our mental health services and also in our communities, within our community partners and services and NGOs, that we have organisational commitment towards a recovery focused service and towards supporting family recovery. So also then the final recovery principle is recovery oriented learning and practice. So, making sure that we're learning together about what is important in empowering family recovery, and it's about making sure that all the right supports are in place for staff as well. So, for example, to have this booklet here, Family Care's Supporters Guide. So if staff and families are equipped with the right knowledge, information and education around family recovery, well, then that will really contribute to the empowerment of family recovery within Ireland and within all of our countries. So that's then the importance of having recovery focused services to empower family recovery. And finally, I'm going to discuss one example of what can empower family recovery. So within there are 7 actions that are identified within the framework for recovery that will support family recovery. And one of those actions is a family recovery needs assessment and recovery plan. And really, if you think about it, this is a way to have in one place a means of identifying exactly what it is that this particular family needs to support them in their recovery. And each family is different, and each member of the family is different. So it's only really by sitting down and having the conversation together with everybody that we can identify what it is that this family needs to sustain their recovery, and what is their collective needs and understanding of their own recovery. So identifying things such as what information does this family need? What do we need as a family information, as information for our family? What education do we need as a family? You know, do we want to learn more about psychosis? Do we want to learn more about hearing voices? Do we want to learn more about how we can get the most from our appointments, or more about what can support me as an individual, no matter what role I'm coming from within our family? Then, you know, what else we can identify is what are the supports that this family needs, you know, and maybe, for example, family therapy might be a very useful thing, that we can all just sit down as a family and have a supported conversation to discuss the things that have happened, the challenges, the traumas that have been experienced, the things that are very difficult to talk about. So to have support in those conversations so that we can move through, you know, what has happened, and as a family get to a better place where we can communicate with each other better and move through the feelings of pain and hurt and anger into a better place for all of us to work together as a family. So that's an example of how we can really empower family recovery, and that's having a family recovery needs assessment and recovery plans. So I would like to thank you very much for listening to me for the last 10 minutes, and I really now would welcome your questions and comments, ideas and suggestions as we talk now more about empowering family recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gina. And now we're joined by Gina, who will answer some of the many questions that we were after receiving for you, Gina. And unfortunately, we won't be able to get to them all. But as I said earlier, we will make a video answering all the questions that have been asked within the next month. Gina, as always, a fantastic presentation, and it was really interesting to hear that, you know, us as a family need to look at our recovery as well. It's not just the person that's going through a mental health challenge. And it's really interesting that the services as well are trying to get that whole approach, family-oriented approach going, and family recovery going. And that's specifically through the family recovery guidance document that is published along with the National Framework for Recovery. Gina, if I may ask, the first question that's coming up is, how can family members have a voice for themselves and advocate for their loved one with a mental health challenge?
Brilliant. Okay, thanks, Michael. So I suppose how families can have a voice for themselves, it's really, really important, isn't it? So like today we're talking about empowerment, and really being empowered is having your voice, finding your voice and being able to use your voice, and then also feeling that you're being listened to. And I really think, I suppose, that empowerment is relevant to everybody in the family. And I suppose how families can find their voice then, I know, I suppose it's, I can speak from the Irish perspective, where we have processes in place where our services have set up groups around the country specifically for families, for people with lived experience, for staff to come together and give their opinions, give their experiences of what is working well and what needs to change. So I would certainly encourage people to take part in any, I suppose, mechanisms that are already there in place, that, you know, that we can look to create services that that we want and that will actually really help to make a difference and empower families. And when I say families, I mean everybody in the family, you know, absolutely everybody in the family. But then I suppose that's kind of around service improvement, you know. So I suppose in day-to-day, you know, living our lives as families as best we can, you know, and how we find our voice in that can be, I suppose it's important to find ways that you can be heard, you know, and if that means going to maybe a talking therapy yourself, that might be a really good way just to feel heard and to gain skills around communicating as best as you can. And I'm speaking, I suppose, from personal experience, like, you know, that when you bring the best, I suppose, to your relationships, as I said in my video, when you bring the best of yourself to your relationships, you know, you will get the best back from them. So I hope that's answered the question.
Thank you so much for that, Gina. And I suppose because we're running out of time slightly, I'll ask you one final question, if that's okay. And it's really kind of linking into the last question you had. And it's a real concern for a lot of family members, really, with someone who has a mental health challenge. And basically, this person's asking, how can family members evade being paternalistic to a person in need?
Brilliant. I'm really glad that question was asked, because I know that it can come up, and I suppose I'll speak from my own experience again, growing up, you know, in a home where my mother had challenges, and quite often our roles were reversed, you know, so I kind of became the parent, and she would have experienced me, you know, I suppose being, you know, concerned, worried, perhaps judgmental. But I know that from my experience, I know that other family members as well can come from a place of fear and pain, you know, from being through, I suppose, trauma themselves, through the whole mental health challenge and impact of the challenge within the family. Family members can come from that place, and often when fear is in there, you know, I suppose it does influence your relationship with that person, and you don't want the worst to happen again. So I suppose it's really about coming together, having conversations, trying to heal from the hurt and the pain and what has happened, trying to heal from that yourself as a family member, and healing together as a family, so that then you can have good, honest conversations about what happened and about how we can work together better and more effectively as a family.
Thank you so much for that, Gina. I can totally relate to the whole kind of family situation as well. I know with my family, when I was recovering, it was pretty much, be careful what you say, because you don't want to make this person feel worse. Yeah. But at the same time, it's kind of like, I noticed from my own siblings and from my parents as well, that they needed their time for recovery as well, and they needed to realize that they needed to recover from what was happening to me. So that's really, really important, and thank you so much for your inspiring words today, Gina.
Thank you.
For anyone, if you want to keep sending in your questions, even though we don't have time to answer them right now, we will try and answer them in a video post that is going to go up in the next month on the Mental Health Ireland website. For me, I'd like to thank all of our panelists, Jolene, Dominique and Gina, for their time and their patience in getting through all of our questions today. I hope you found this some way constructive, and I hope this opens a conversation wherever you are in Europe to family recovery, to role modeling, and to recovery, and to empowerment and recovery in general. So without further ado, I'd like to hand you back over to the main MC of today, which is Catherine Brogan, and she will introduce us into the next section. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Michael. And you know, earlier when I talked about us all reflecting on different aspects around empowering recovery and around everything we've done in our own lives and our experiences, I was sitting here listening to Jolene, to Dominique and to Gina, and I was thinking back of my own 40 years working in the area of mental health and disabilities, and I was there going, you know, 40 years ago, I wouldn't have thought about us having this kind of conversations that we're having today. So much has changed, so much has progressed, so much for the good, yet a lot still to be done. But you know, the progress is that we now have, and I loved what Gina just said. I wrote it down there, having a voice, finding our voice, and then most important, using our voice. And, you know, the 4 principles that we kind of are looking at here in Ireland around always having the centrality of the lived experience. If we stay focused on that and not on politics or egos or anything like that, but on the centrality of lived experience, we can certainly continue this progress in all our countries. In order to do it, we absolutely must have organizational commitment, wherever that organization is, or whatever way it is in your countries. We also need co-production, working together, hearing each other, respectfully listening to each other, and working together to move what we need to do in a positive, centrally focused way. And then the last thing is, and somebody I think mentioned it, and I can't remember who, but the whole area of the education, recovery education. Education, as we all know, it's power. And the more we can embed recovery education, recovery principles into everything we do, the more we can achieve together. So I really want to thank Michael, as always. You're an amazing MC, fantastically done, for facilitating this session, and our 3 keynote speakers, Yoline, Dominique, and Gina. Amazing, informative, thought-provoking, and I really hope that you can bring all of the learning, if you're with us for the day, into the next session of the workshops this afternoon. We're going to go now into a session around music. And music produces beauty of form, harmony, and expression of emotion. And that's what we're going to hear now from colleagues and friends all over Europe. Following this, we will break for lunch, and I will see you all back here at 1 o'clock sharp, where I'll bring you through the process around the workshops. Totally enjoy what's coming up now. And remember, if you can, keep the computer on during your lunchtime, because we will continue to show you that spectacular, more of that spectacular art, photography, music, and poetry that we have got from across Europe. And just to remind you that we will have all of what happens today uploaded to our website page tomorrow at www.mentalhealthireland.ie. Enjoy this session around music, enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Hello, David here, and I'm lead peer educator in Recovery College Southeast. So music to me really is a constant companion. Now, I don't play music, but I listen to music. That's my thing. Music's in my family, but I never picked up an instrument. Rather, I listen to music, and I use music as a soundtrack. It's almost like a soundtrack to my life. If I need to recall a moment, or if I'm reminiscing about my youth, it's there. So I don't have to schedule it. I don't have to make sure I don't forget it. And so when it comes, when the need to listen to music comes, I let it flow, and I can include anything. My musical preferences are not really that important as such. It's the power of music, really. But just for the record, it's a very eclectic mix. I listen to most music, punk, some disco, some lovely soft melodies, the music of Enya, Alfred Haza. And I find music can draw me out, and it can help. You know, if I need to elaborate on a certain mood or a feeling I'm having, it helps draw that out in a safe space. It's very empowering for me. And if I need to manage an emotion or a feeling, it also helps in that as well. And really, like, I've been through therapy, I'm in recovery a long time. You know, I've tried many things, and I guess, you know, I've studied sociology, I've studied psychology, and, you know, the Rogerian concept of unconditional positive regard. Well, humans can strive to do that. They can strive in a therapy room or in a face-to-face meeting or whatever. They can strive, and that's admirable. But with music, for me, the song is playing, it's drawing me out, it's helping me, it's healing me, and it really is the true meaning. In that moment, it's honest and authentic and genuine, unconditional, positive regard. There's no judgment. The music is doing what it does. It's drawing me out and it's healing. You choose the music, so therefore it's empowering. You're choosing what song to play. You know yourself. You know yourself, what you need. And I believe we all know what we need, and that just needs encouragement. I hope you really enjoy this conference, and I hope that you allow the music to creep into you, seep into your bones, bring it away with you, and go and make music in recovery, empowerment, and freedom.
Empowerment by Colin J. Lawless. Keys jangle. The door locks. My world disappears into the night. Where have you gone? My picture. My song. Where am I going? It's taking so long. The days drift by. The weeks and months turn into years. One key fits all, but no door opens. In my cell there is a box where I keep my soul. Pictures of my parents, songs I wrote, a rosary beads, and more. I keep my best for when the key turns no more and my door opens. Take my liberty, but you cannot take this. Take my livelihood, but you cannot take this. You cannot reach the eagle flying through the clouds. You cannot catch him. You cannot shoot him down. Like a lion, I guard this, the pearl of great price. The power inside me remains, the power to live and love, the life of my soul. My day will surely come. Like the phoenix, I will be empowered. Like the eagle, I will be free.
Liberty for me is the smell of a recently printed book.
The human relationships in all their dimensions.
The complexity of this world, but also its phenomenal simplicity.
Liberty is when I have the courage to choose.
Without feeling guilty, without feeling inferior.
Without feeling ashamed.
Liberty is a ladder I climb, stair by stair.
A road I walk, step by step.
A bridge I cross over a river.
Liberty is
the vast, starry sky.
The deep blue sea.
The infinite, endless universe.
Liberty for me is to live.
To love.
To share truly.
And fearlessly.
One, two, three, four.
And now I understand about
I'm a little further down this road, taking on the changes in my life. Ain't no way I'm looking back. Been a lot of heartache in my time. I'm all out of love. Everything it does. I was nearly out of time. Now it's my time. I've hit some bumps along the way, seen some dark and dusty days in my time, made some friends along the way, only some stayed in my life. I've seen harder days, still I've made my way in my time. Seen change, seen things you can't rearrange. I've seen this world turn around in my time, in my time. I'm all out of love. Everything it does. I was nearly out of time. Now it's my time. I was nearly out of time. Now it's my time. I'm all out of love. Everything it does. I was nearly out of time. Now it's my time. I was nearly out of time. Now it's my time. Yes, it's my time.
Here you see a painting of one of our greatest painters, Čiurlionis, and the painting is called The Sonata of the Sun Finale. Our club members are writing quite a lot of poetry. One of our club members has created a poem according to this painting. First of all, I'll read it in Lithuanian. O varpas tyli ir spengia tyla, nakties voratinklį dūsta žara. Žvaigždės rasom ant voratinklio kybo, riksmą užgniaužė nežinomybė. O varpas tyli, o saulės nėra, bet žemė ištirpus raudona kaitra. bet skamba geltoni purienų kriokliai, bet saulė po tuopam čiulena giliai. Juodu voratinklius spengia naktis, varpas varinis tylus atspindys. Po tavo oda plasta liepsna, saulės upelių tėkmė amžina. Now I'll read the translation into English. The bell is mute, the silence rings, the night entangles daylight's wings, star droplets on its cobweb rest, a cry for rescue is suppressed. The bell is mute, the sun has gone, but earth glows like a red-hot stone. The cowslips flow with yellow sound, and sunbeams every tree surround. In cobwebs shrouded rings the night. The silent bell reflects no light. Deep in your body flames still glow, where streams of sunbeams ever flow. I have translated one of my favorite poems from English into Lithuanian. First of all, I will read it in English. Tennessee Williams, Blue Mountain Ballads, Heavenly Grass. My feet took a walk in heavenly grass all day while the sky shone clear as glass. My feet took a walk in heavenly grass all night while the lonesome stars rolled past. Then my feet come down to walk on earth, and my mother cried when she gave me birth. Now my feet walk far and my feet walk fast, but they still got an itch for heavenly grass. But they still got an itch for heavenly grass. Now I'll read my translation. Tennessee Williams, Žydrųjų kalnų baladės, Dangaus žolė. Mano pėdos vis braidė dangaus žolėje, kol saulė švytėjo vaiskiame danguje. Mano pėdos vis braidė dangaus žolėje, kol naktis užgeso vienišoje žvaigždėje. Vėliau nusileido jos vaikščiot žeme, ir mama mano rėkė, kai gimdė mane. Tvirtai mano pėdos jau vaikšto žeme, tik jos ilgis vis ilgis žolės danguje. Tik jos ilgis vis ilgis žolės дангуя.
Съновидение за стената и ключа на Алекс Милър. Спях сгушен до една стена от врати. Безкрайна, като че ли без край стена. Събудих се. В устата ми имаше ключ. Отключих първата най-близка врата. Там в една стая без прозорци, сгушил се до стената срещу вратата, седеше и спеше един човек. В устата му имаше ключ. Събудих го и тръгнахме да будим другите заспали. Зад другите врати, на белите стаи. После се събудих. Без име, на Иван Христов, на Митко Новков. Стихотворението не е мястото, където се оглежда красота. Стихотворението не е мястото, където се разкрасява истината. Стихотворението не е мястото, където се лекува болката. Стихотворението не е мястото, където се облегчава сетния час и проблясва надежда. Стихотворението не е мястото, където се щади падналия ангел. Стихотворението е място на истината. Стихотворение е мястото на истината. Да разкажа на Яна Монева. Мравките, пъплищи върху горещите камъни долу при дигата край Дунава. Някои празни, други захапали трошица. Лястовиците, пикирищни над водата, дядото, носещ се по течението, потапя глава, остава, кръгове подир себе си, подава се метър по-надолу, бавно, прави мах с ръка, потапя глава, подава се, мах, двете лелки по-бански, хвърлящи кюспе и въдици, попчетата, шаващи в плиткото пред мене, дядото и бабата с внуче, дядото снима, бабата до колене във водата държи шляпащото внуче, дядото извръща поглед и казва: вижте, вижте, момчетата ще скачат от шлепа, момчетата, скачащи от шлепа, жабите, скачащи във водата, докато влизам, потапям се, правя мах и се понасям.
You're all very welcome back, and I hope you enjoyed your lunch and also had time to view some of the beautiful writings and poetry that we had and the music that we had throughout the lunchtime. So now we're getting ready to head into the workshops. So I'm just going to go through it with you so that you all know where you're going. So for those of you who have signed up to the peer workers as catalysts for empowerment for their individualized recovery journey, empowerment through education, empowering recovery through self-care, and what does recovery mean and how can we explain it? You would have received a second Zoom link. You will need to leave this Zoom meeting and join your workshop using that second link provided to you. A reminder link for your workshop was emailed to you during the lunch break. The workshops will be for 90 minutes long, and at 2:40 Irish time, you will then leave and rejoin the main room. We will send you a reminder of the link to your email for your convenience so that it's ready to hand for when you finish your workshop. Any issues at all, Sonia, Jack, Amy and Andy are on standby to help, and you can contact them via Sonia, SONIA, at mentalhealthireland.ie. For those of you who are attending the Human Rights as a Basis for Empowerment, you just need to sit back and relax, and your workshop will follow when everyone attending the other workshops has left the room. I really hope you enjoy the workshops. There's been a lot of thought-stimulating conversations this morning, which I hope will aid your thinking and your contribution in the workshops for this afternoon. I'll see you back here at 2:40 for more exciting panel discussions. So we will just wait for a couple of minutes now until people head off. So to those of you who are here with me, it's my pleasure now to introduce Stephanie Woolley from the European Network of Users and Ex-Users and Survivors of Psychiatry, who will facilitate the workshop on human rights as a basis for empowerment. You're very welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. Welcome to our workshop on human rights as a basis for empowerment, organized by ENUSP, the European Network of Users, Ex-Users and Survivors of Psychiatry. My name is Stephanie Woolley and I'll be your moderator. We have 6 speakers for you today who are board members of ENUSP from 6 different countries: Finland, Spain, Slovenia, Georgia, France, and the Netherlands. We really have limited time, and unfortunately we cannot interact with you like we would have wanted to. So we will take a few questions after each presentation from the chat box and try to answer all of your questions later, which Mental Health Ireland will post on their website in about 1 month's time. So our first speaker is Timo Kalioaho from the Mental Health Association Seinäjoki Yoki. Timo, please turn your camera and microphone on, Timo, so we can see you, our first speaker, who will be talking to us.
It stopped here.
Please turn on your camera, Timo.
It says that now.
Yes, here we are. Let's see if we can see you better. Maybe lower your screen a little. There we go. So we have Timo here in Finland, our board member for the Northern region, and he will be telling you about his personal road to recovery. Go ahead, Timo.
Hello, everybody. My name is Timo Kallioaho, and I live in Finland. I'm 60 years old, and I have a diversified history of being a mental health service user. It's nice to be here at the European webinar devoted to empowerment and recovery. I'm going to tell you my own story on how it was for me to become empowered. And I would also like to bring up some points regarding recovery and empowerment in general in Finland. In 1980, I started studying Swedish, the second national language in Finland, and Russian at university. The first 3 years were easy, but then in 1983, my life changed totally. I was diagnosed with OCD, which means obsessive compulsive disorder. After that, it was a lot of hard work to concentrate on my studies further, because this disability limited my life so much. And unfortunately, I couldn't reach my goal, master's degree. I had to leave the university in 1986 and get help. Regarding my master's degree, all I had left to do was my master's thesis. After having been hospitalized the same year, my unbearable life persisted all those future 6 years, between 1986 and 1992 in the hospital without getting practically any help. But finally, I was lucky when I was sent in spring 1992 to Stockholm, Sweden for a neurosurgical operation which was called a stereotactic capsulotomy in order to alleviate my OCD. This became possible when I met a new doctor who had a different approach and did not believe that my case was hopeless. This doctor was willing to make an effort and find a way to help me. It was a miracle. I just became reborn, literally, with a much better condition, and I could start a new life outside the hospital. And here, I can say my path to empowerment and recovery started. Little by little, I got my self-confidence back and could concentrate on other things than only being a passive recipient of psychiatric treatment, like my own resources, participation in the community, hope for the future, even regardless of possible limits of mental disability, meaningfulness in my own life, an idea of a positive mental health. These all are aims of recovery-oriented practice. And then, in the middle of 1990s, I started my career as a mental health activist, first in Finland and then in other Nordic countries. And it is also worth mentioning the fact that I was finally able to write my master's thesis in 2003 after this long break from my university studies. I was lucky again when I met a psychologist who suggested to me that I should write my thesis and get my diploma. And even more important, who really believed in my chances to cope with this task. He was ahead of his time in Finland at the beginning of the 21st century, at a time when the concept of recovery was almost unknown in our country. I had met him earlier many times, and we had had some short discussions, But at that time, he was also writing his dissertation, so he was engaged in research. And one day, when we met, he started to encourage me to think about the possibility of writing my thesis and finishing my master's degree. After that, I called the professor of the foreign languages department and was again lucky when the professor was still the same person whom I had met there during my studies. He accepted my idea, and I actually wrote the first paragraphs of my thesis with this psychologist. So his help was very important for me to get my self-confidence back. When mentioning this episode with my studies, I must here add that each person with or without mental disabilities is unique and needs to find their own road to recovery. In my case, I got my self-confidence back through finally finishing my studies, but there are certainly other ways too to get one's life back. The support of relatives and friends is very important too. I have often been asked how my relatives have been able to deal with these problems. Shortly, I can say that they often have been tired and frustrated, but nowadays they appreciate many things I've done during my life. Since 2007, I've also been active on the European level. And the highlight was in 2014 when I was elected as a board member of INASP for the Northern region. This gives me an opportunity to stay connected with users, ex-users and survivors in Europe, share my experience more widely and speak at different European events. As for the situation in my own country, like I said earlier, the empowerment and recovery-oriented approach is quite new in Finland compared with how they have it in the USA, Australia, the United Kingdom and the Netherlands. Recovery-oriented practice in mental health settings is, however, gaining foothold in Finland and in Finnish mental health work too. Since the year 2017, we have a registered association in Finland on the third sector called Recovery Orientation, which is linked to the EU-funded project Recovery Orientation in Mental Health Services. In Finland, we also trying to create an atmosphere in mental health services with a focus on shared decision-making, informed consent, no coercive measures, instead all efforts available in order to calm down the situation, self-determination, and all-round respect of human rights for everybody. I think that despite slow progress, we do have progress, both in Finland and in Europe in general. And we all need to keep going to do what we can in order to support this progress. So, thank you for attention.
Wonderful, Timo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope that was inspiring for everyone.
What was it?
Maybe we have some questions for you. With my screen, I can't see the questions coming in, so I'm going to have to stop my screen and see if we have some questions. Congratulations, thanks. Let's see. Well, Timo, tell us some more maybe about how working on a European level has helped you. And I see we also have a question about the surgery you had, which some people could think is a miracle. It's true that each person has to find their own personal approach and solution to recovery. Apparently, Julia would like to know more about that.
So, shall I now please
answer Julia's question about
yes,
the surgery and
the surgery it was
your case.
How could I say, it is a method which is the last resort. It's the correct word in English. The last we can do, the last resort. And there are very strict criteria when we think about, or the doctors think about surgery. So in my case, it helped, but in every case, they have to see what they do. And these psychosurgical methods are used also for depression in the world. So that's all I can say.
That's fantastic. And we have a question from Aoif, excuse me, or Aoif O'Brien, must be Irish, about the most difficult part of your journey. Was it accepting yourself or being accepted by others?
Well, I think to accept myself, because I have still now, even though I have had a good journey to recovery, so I sometimes have some thoughts, for example, regarding myself, and they can bother me. But in general, I am very happy with the results I have had in my life. So
that's great. And Timo, we have a question from Derek Walsh, who would like to know how you were able to decide to go for this brain surgery, that it requires a lot of trust in your brain surgeon. So what would you say to those afraid of brain surgery as a solution?
Well, this is a very big question. I should like to say it very shortly. I remember very well when I was on that ward where we got the new doctor. So every day she came to the ward. She first asked me, "How are you now, Timo? Would you like to discuss with me?" Or so she was very carefully taking into account me. And when I was waiting for the surgery, so she took, in every case, she took my side. So I have to say that this doctor's help was the best. And I have sent roses to her. She's now living in another place.
That's fantastic. You can see that this support from other people is so important. And there are people who are inspired by your story to go back to school, to finish your thesis. It's also helped others who are chatting with us, how returning to education was part of your recovery, says Clara. And others are talking about how brave it was for you. And it's a very inspiring story. And they want to know from Inner World Himani, what your journey and experience with stigma has been.
Well, I remember, because I got diagnosed, it was 1986, and at that time the stigma was very, very big in Finland. But during those years and tens of years, I think that the stigmatization in Finland has been smaller, and I am working every day against stigma.
Fantastic, Timo. And we have a question from John, who would like to know what the main human rights impacts you've seen, maybe through your own experience or through the experience with INUSP.
Well, I have to say that it was a little bit earlier when I came to INUSP. I had 3 seminars at the University of Birmingham, and there I met Olga, for example, for the first time. And after that year, 2007, it took 3 years, and 2009 I joined INUSP, and I have to say that I saw many things in Europe that time, and I was thinking and wondering, can we do also that in Finland? So I think that, for example, this recovery is an example, even though we are behind, but we have started.
Mm-hmm, great. And we even have a question from India.
Oh, really?
Excuse me.
No.
Way beyond Europe, from Palak, who would like advice from you, because she says, or he says, I'm not sure, we sometimes get very inspired and very motivated when we hear people in lectures or like today's session, but then in practice, it can slow down with time. and you lose your motivation. So how can we keep up our motivation and stay high every time in our heart?
Well, here I have an answer. So sometimes, and it happens, for example, when I speak about what we have done in Europe, when I speak about those things in Finland, and it can occur that I little bit become frustrated because there are so few people in Finland who really understand me, and we have a work in Finland to be done. There still exists many things, but it was just yesterday I called that psychologist who I worked there with a master's thesis, and he said that all we do, everything is important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And let's try to take one last question. There are so many questions, but once again, we will try to answer your questions via the Mental Health Ireland website in about 1 month's time. So final question, Timo, is this story you're telling us unique to Finland, or do you think it's a common story?
Well, I have to say here that this capsulotomy operation, I have never heard that there are other. There must be some persons in Finland. I can't be the only one. But the newer version, deep brain stimulation, which has been used after 1999, first in Brussels and then in the whole world. So we have now, I can say, about 15 cases for OCD, and they have got this deep brain stimulation, the newer version, and I can say that hopefully we can change the world in this way too.
Let's hope so, Timo. Thank you so much. And we'll say goodbye to Timo for now. And
Bye-bye.
We'll be hearing from our next speaker. Bye, Timo. We'll be hearing from our next speaker, who is our deputy chair at INUSP, Guadalupe Morales, from Mundo Bipolar in Spain. And she will be talking to us about meaningful involvement of peers in mental health trainings. Hola, Lupe.
Hello, how are you? I don't know why I cannot make this larger because I don't see the lower thing to make it the total screen right now. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Well, I'll just start this way, if you don't mind.
Lupe, you can use your menu on the top to make full screen also with display on the top.
Oh yeah, I see it now. I see it. I think I see it now. Now it's okay. Thank you, Stephanie. Stephanie, I don't hear you.
Yeah, please go ahead. I want to hear from you, Lupe. It's your turn.
Okay. Well, I'm going to talk about the meaningful involvement of peer workers in mental health trainings. You can see here the suffragettes fighting for the right to vote. Then the civil rights in the USA, when they finally got the right to vote in 1962. The demonstration of the LGBT people to fight for their rights. This is another demonstration of people with AIDS fighting against stigma and asking for more research. Finally, this is the end of the apartheid in 1994, but Black people finally got the right to vote. Nobody will give you the power. Discriminated collective must fight for it and to keep it. So the feminist movement, the fight for the civil rights, that of LGBT, that of those affected by AIDS, and the end of the apartheid, the vindication of their rights and their fight against discrimination were all built bottom up. So far, our community hasn't had the power, but the CRPT has given us a powerful tool. Now we are at the top. And what's the purpose of this convention? It is very similar to the Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, but it is specific for us, for people with disabilities. Besides, it is a paradigm shift. Persons with disabilities are not viewed as objects of charity, medical treatment, and social protection. Rather, we are viewed as subjects with rights. It is also legally binding. Every 4 or 5 years, the CRPT committee makes reviews to the implementation of countries that have signed and ratified the convention, also to the European Union. In 2015, one of those recommendations was the committee recommends the European Union to ensure to actively involve representative organizations of persons with disability. I must say with proud that INUS had a crucial role in this process. And how do we understand empowerment and recovery? I think that recovery cannot exist if there's no other aspects as personal competition and personal fulfillment. And everything starts with rights and decision-making. Of course, we need domestic duties, we need housing, we need to have self-sufficiency and economy, we need to have social networks. But once we are given these possibilities, we believe in self-recovery and self-empowerment. Those are different dimensions of empowerment. There's individual or personal, when we seek support and improve interpersonal and social and political skills. There's a second level, which is the influence of health services, mainly to changing the doctor-patient relationship. And finally, there's a social level, a process of social action that promotes the participation of people, organizations, and communities with a view to achieving the control of individuals and community, the quality improvement of community life and social justice. This is the level that INUS would like to have more empowerment examples. My own organization, Fundación Mundo Bipolar, has developed a project called Education, a Key Tool for Recovery and Fight Against Stigma and Discrimination. Our aim is to have a meaningful involvement of peers in mental health training. The project objective is to develop a teaching program with our users, targeted to users under the CRPT principles, and talking and teaching about characteristics of empowerment and recovery processes. We want to promote a strong users movement to have a strong voice at a political level. And we also train for trainers. This is the case of our courses to emergency services, where there's a trainer, a peer-trained trainer, a psychologist, and myself. I'm the middle, the fattest one. In the conference, many conferences, we provide the results of our research. In 2017, we were selected as a good practice by the European Union through its project Compass. Soon after, we were asked to be part of a Horizon 2020 research program, who is called Recover-E. The project consortium is composed of 16 partners and 11 countries. Our role there is a unique example of a service user-led organization is a partner and work package leader in a research Horizon 2020 project. This is the first time in the history that a user, a person with psychosocial disability, is part of this kind of projects. We train 5 multidisciplinary community mental health teams in 5 cities in 5 countries. These community mental health teams are made of psychiatrists, psychologists, etc., and service users that after our trainings become peer workers. I provide training on human rights, principles of empowerment and recovery, while I make emphasis on self-empowerment and self-recovery, peer skills and roles, crisis in mental health, and we have a separate space for peers and myself, which I can say that this is the most exciting part of this training. There are some photos about our training. This was in Siret, Romania, for professionals and for peers. This is a separate space in Zagreb and in Kotor. This is in Sofia. Here I am with my peers. And finally, this is in Skopje, Macedonia, last July. What are the benefits and motivations to work as a peer worker? There's a reduction of stigma and discrimination through empathy and hope. Also, having a meaningful way to contribute and receive compensation. Getting a salary is so very important. And which are the barriers and challenges that we have found till now in our project? There are difficulties to integrate peer workers in the health system structure. We have asked ourselves if there's a need of formal training accreditation. Finally, I have decided that this is not necessary. We don't need accreditations from professionals or from hospitals. Maybe we could, users and ex-users and survivors, create our own accreditation. Also, the advantage of peer workers may not emerge when peer workers are engaged in insubordinate roles or take roles reshaped in the conventional care systems of prejudice among colleagues. Finally, I'm going to show this photograph of me arriving to Suceava, Romania, -14 degrees, all snow all over, and I can tell you that this training has been very, very inspiring for me, and I've been very happy to take part of it. Thank you. Nothing about us without us.
Wonderful, Lupe. You're always so inspiring. And I bet if people could be clapping, there would be a huge amount of applause in the room for you. So we have some questions here for you. And once again, there are so many questions. We can't take them all, but we promise to try in the future. So Lupe, Finola would like to know if you also do training online now as e-learning.
Yeah, we have started before this coronavirus, and now we're doing it much more intensively.
Yeah, I really think it's something for the future, and I hope that ENUS will also have the funds and the resources to do this ourselves.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, and we have a question from Julia, who would like to know about the different countries you were training in, which you did mention. And I know you do so much training in Spain with so many different target groups, including those emergency services that are so important. And she'd like to know where you got certification for training and who gives you funding for your wonderful and important work.
Well, the Recover E Horizon 2020, its funding is from the EU Commission. We trained in 5 countries, Romania, Croatia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and I'm missing one, and Bulgaria. those are the trainings from the recovery. Besides that, in Spain we have a lot of trainings, and its funding is from private sources, donations, and many times from the university in which we train, or in the case of emergency services, from the regional government.
Fantastic. And maybe I could also just mention that e-News does not receive any financing whatsoever from the pharmaceutical industry for any of our activities whatsoever.
We don't either.
So we have a question from Yuki, maybe in Japan. I hear we have a participant as far away as Japan, maybe not, who would like to know how long the training sessions are, how many days, and if the participants have to pay to have the training.
No, they don't have to pay. On the contrary, sometimes we pay them, because in our project in Spain, they are trained to impart lessons and charts and colloquiums in schools, or maybe in another training. So we paid for that. And what else did you ask? I don't remember. Was it? Is that all?
Other people we're falling behind time already, but other people want to know if there are materials you could share to help them start training programs.
Of course, I will be very glad to share them.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Lupe. Again, it's always such an inspiration, and that's exactly what other attendees have been saying about your presentation.
Thank you,
so
Stephanie.
Bye for now. And
Bye.
We have our next speaker, who is Tony Verhoevnik Straka from the Pogle Association in Slovenia. Pogle means watch out in Slovenian.
Hi, Stephanie. I hope you are hearing me.
We just need to get your presentation up. If Lupe can stop sharing her
screen, yes.
Can you share your screen, Tony?
Yes, now I'm getting to.
Perfect.
I hope that's it. Okay. Shall I start now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So my name is Tone Verhoevnik Straka, and I come from Slovenia, actually from Ljubljana. And my main question is kind of philosophical one: how to merge mental health, coronavirus, and ethics? For me, the answer is quite simple. Even during corona pandemics, ethics concerning mental health remains in action. What happened in most countries when pandemics were declared? Most psychiatric hospitals were closed to visitors, and people were kept there, including those in locked wards. Even open wards were kind of changed, transferred to locked wards for months of time. In my opinion, this is kind of unjust and even stupid, because people with mental health problems were as afraid and concerned for their well-being as anyone else, maybe even more than average, and were not presenting any more of health hazard to their communities than others. We can hardly imagine a psychotic or a manic or depressive person spreading the virus intentionally around them, or running around headless and so posing risk to other people. But what would a proper and ethical result be? Can society let mentally unstable persons wander around, being potentially irrational, not knowing the risks they may pose to themselves and to others? Is it just if we lock them, if we are afraid they behave irresponsible? As ethics is trying to find a solution so that as little harm is done to anyone concerned, as many people as possible are satisfied, we must look for accountability of each other, of us. Can we be trusted to stay at home when it is dangerous to mix with others? Do we understand health measures as social distancing, wearing masks indoors and in public, washing our hands, and are we willing to obey them? My opinion is yes, we can, as anyone else. If we believe these measures are rational and of assistance and proportional to preventing risks to human freedoms and autonomy.
Excuse me, Tony.
Yes, please.
Tony, would you like to show your slides? Maybe you're concentrating, and I think you have some more slides to show us.
Yes,
as you go along.
I simply cannot switch to other slides.
Okay, that's okay. We can send our presentations later.
Yes, I'll stop share. Maybe that's better then. So if safety measures hold us imprisoned too much when there is no rational reason for it, then obviously it is unethical if we are kind of closed and taken care of without our knowledge, and if we are forced to obey all measures. Let me illustrate it with an example. In Slovenia, in my country, most deaths by coronavirus occurred in homes for the elderly people. 80 of 115 deaths were just elderly people residing in homes for elderly. Fact is that these people are most vulnerable, but problem is 60 of these deceased died at homes, not in hospitals. They were simply not transferred to hospitals. Critics say that these people were sacrificed to spare ventilator devices in hospitals if younger people needed them. And this was a problematic and unjust development. Our Ministry of Health asked the authorities in these homes for the elderly to triage people to decide whether they qualified for transfer to hospitals or their conditions was so bad that no transport was advisable. What I'm coming to is that even if triage in cases like this may seem fair, the problem is that no one, not patients themselves or their families, were simply not told about these procedures and about this triage process. So even if panic about breathing apparatus available was real, which was not as it occurred later, and there was an ethical issue about whom to offer help first, it was not just marking these people fit or unfit for medical treatment without their knowledge. When corona infection showed up in homes for elderly, all the inhabitants, not only those who were ill, were isolated to their rooms for months, even if they were not infected. So let us consider, was it just and proportional to imprison these people in their rooms, letting only carers in spacesuits bringing them food and all help as basic care? Were these people treated equally, just like other people? They sure were not. Could they be helped in less discriminatory matters? Oh, sure they could be. Protocols should be implemented to minimize the risk of bringing the virus to their environment. And in most similar facilities, this philosophy worked. And proper medical treatment for those infected should be offered. And what is most important, the residents' informed consent should be asked for, or at least they should be informed about the situation and options. If people are not able, and as we know, there are many people who have dementia, let's say, in this home. So if they are not able to handle this information and decide for themselves, assistant decision makers should be appointed to help them. And this is the ethical grounds that should be respected in all circumstances, included homes for elderly and psychiatric hospitals and institutions, respecting people's power to decide themselves, respecting their human rights. In terms of mental health ethics, it is simple to find proper tools, because we have them in United Nations CRPD, as my colleagues said before, and maybe in some other laws, let's say in national legislations. In my country, let's say we have patients' rights bill, which kinds of helps even in this problem. So, to finish, even Corona can help us focus on our rights and options we have as human beings, and help us pursue our rights, which is the most important things we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. That's a very tough subject of ethics, definitely. So we have a question from Derek for you. He says, just to clarify, I don't believe the following, but I'm playing this out to see what you have to say on this, Tony. What would you say that the mentally ill, disabled, are harder to impose the COVID-19 restriction disciplines that are now necessary in modern society? That they simply amble along, walking absent-mindedly on the walkway, or that they don't practice coughing etiquette to a high enough standard?
No, the thing I wanted to emphasize is that our societies look to this population as if it is not able to obey all the rules the society is posing. And that is the critical point I'm trying to pose. That we, as any individual, sure are able to pursue, to understand rules and to obey them when these rules are just. This is the thing I was trying to talk about.
Mm-hmm. And maybe one last question, Tony. Do you think that persons with psychosocial disabilities or mental health problems are aware of their rights? And if they're not aware of their rights, do you think this is ethical?
Well, this is kind of hard questions. I hope everybody in this society and everybody should be kind of aware of his or her rights. But if not, the system of kind of assisted help in these matters should be imposed, and should be people should be helped with this with this system, let's say, if they are not able to recognize the rights at the moment.
Great idea. We all agree completely with you, Tony. Thank you so much. We don't have much time for each subject, but I think it was so important to approach that subject. So now we have our next speaker, who is our devoted and very talented chair you already met, Olga Kalina, from the Partnership for Equal Rights in Georgia. She will be talking to you about how our involvement in monitoring human rights in psychiatry is a state obligation and how it can lead to change. Olga.
Good afternoon. As Stephanie mentioned, I'm chair of INUSP, therefore you can just guess that I myself have a personal experience of mental health issues. And in fact, I was hospitalized 3 times in my country, de facto involuntarily, because I was signing the papers that were giving me, but I wasn't realizing what I was signing at that moment, and I was not explained what it meant for me. I was in the university during the first my crisis, and I was studying at the biological faculty. So I had quite a bit of respect towards biomedical view, but I never thought that human brain or human nature can be explained only by biomedical or biological concepts. But what I saw in psychiatric institutions really shocked me, and I just completely changed my path in life, because I just came to conclusion that knowledge by itself cannot change anything. Actually, we have to also change something in our motivation, in our politics, and try to actually persuade the policymakers to change things, because they may know what is right or wrong, but there still may be a lack of political will. And that's why we have still dangerous, very bad institutions. And the institutions really pose a very big problem in our society. But of course, there are visible walls and there are invisible walls. So I'm going to focus on closed institutions, but just keep in mind that the walls may be also invisible. And some services or some practices just have to be monitored, as well as institutions, like guardianship systems should be abolished, and supported decision-making system should be monitored. So monitoring actually is about any service, not only about the walls that you are going to see as an illustration in my presentation. The institutions you see on these pictures actually are from Georgia, and it's 2015. I was already a monitor myself at that time, and I was part of the monitoring team just because of my motivation and my lived experience as an inpatient. Actually, I can say that my recovery had to, my recovery mostly was connected to the non-governmental sector and not to the healthcare sector, because actually healthcare sector provided me with lots of pills and a very negative prognosis until the end of my life. Just I am a permanently disabled individual, and I'm going to take these pills until the end of my life. And there is nothing to do about it. I just need to obey. That was a message, very not hopeful message from my psychiatrist at that time. And I also experienced restraints in these facilities, just because actually I started to ask questions where I was, why the doors are locked, why they're not letting me out. All those questions, instead of giving me answers, they just led to forced interventions, and I was restrained and then injected by these medications, and I slept for 3 days, and my mother stayed with me, and I really appreciate her support and the support of my family at that time. I think that because of this support, I actually am here and not somewhere in one of those institutions, because quite many people actually who lose support of their families, they forever remain in these settings. You just can imagine how bad it was when it was like 15 years ago, when these photos are taken from 2015. And it was horrible to return back to those settings as a monitor. It was a different role. I was together with my team of lawyers and other open-minded people. I was experienced already in monitoring, but it was still a big shock for me to return back and just to face all those practices again. We had the power at the time. I was a member of the National Prevention Mechanism. I'm still there, but I wasn't on monitoring for some time because of the coronavirus crisis. So we have the power to actually check the medical files and to check the conditions inside of the institution, even if the institution is not willing actually to show these conditions. So we can go in without any necessity to inform the institution in advance, and we can chat with the patients, with the staff members, and come to conclusions about the situation in the system. Once we even discovered sticks, and this institution actually used sticks to control patients because there was lack of medication and chemical restraints were not used. And so they were using sticks and other patients to actually control those patients who just failed to obey the rules. So basically this became the meaning of my life, the advocacy, the monitoring. I believe in monitoring because I saw all these pictures and I know how it changed. And it really changed. Now we do not have beatings of the patients in these institutions. Our ombudsman actually visited one of the institutions, and it was filmed on TV, and it caused a big scandal. And then now we have this process of deinstitutionalization, more or less, in place. We hope to achieve something in the coming years, and this is because of the monitoring. Monitoring is important, and there are different types of monitoring, and we should consider how we can be actually included in this monitoring processes. One of the most simple types is internal monitoring, which means the monitoring of the service from inside. And this monitoring actually accepts complaints from service users and parents. That's how we can be included, by complaining actively to these internal monitoring systems. But sometimes they do not listen. And then we have to try to use other monitoring mechanisms. For example, there is a quality rights monitoring. It's very new, and the WHO actually created quite a good methodology based on the UNCRPD principles. Since the WHO is respected by healthcare professionals, there are more chances that they will listen to people who use these standards and this monitoring system. There is also, of course, the independent monitoring by civil society. It can be about different topics. And a very important thing that we need to explore in our countries is the monitoring under UNCRPD, Article 33. This article actually says that every state party of the convention should actually designate or establish within the state party a framework to promote, protect, and monitor implementation of the present convention. And the most important part is that civil society, in particular persons with disabilities and their representative organizations, shall be involved and participate fully in the monitoring process. So we need to check what is in place in our country, which monitoring mechanism exists, and which monitoring mechanism actually operates under Article 33. And then we need to contact this monitoring system and offer our involvement. Actually, this is a requirement. They need people with lived experience, but we need to be active to get really included in these teams. Of course, there are other monitoring systems. You may want to explore CPT and SPT on their websites. You may find a lot of monitoring reports. They too can visit countries and institutions, and actually governments often gives them the power to visit institutions without notifying the institution. But in any case, it's quite serious to have the recommendation of both of the committees, but they deal only with torture. They do not deal with quality of mental health care. That's why the quality rights monitoring is more promising, and the monitoring under Article 33 is the most promising right now. Well, I mentioned that I'm a member of NPM, and if you have a functioning NPM in your country, and you should have, if you are not in Ireland, Slovakia, Belgium, Belarus, Latvia, or Russian Federation that did not ratify the OPCAT, those countries are not supposed to have NPM, but other European countries are supposed to have NPM established. So please do check if it exists and try to connect with them and at least educate those people in the NPM. There is also the Universal Periodic Review that can be a worthwhile mechanism to actually address. We can say that monitoring discovered lots of human rights violations, both inside and outside of the European Union. Here you can see the photo from Romania. It's the so-called rehabilitation center. And you can see that they use actually restraints and they lock people in plexiglass boxes in the so-called rehabilitation facility. So it may be very, very dangerous to be in this closed facility, even if you are inside of the European Union. And this is from Ukraine. Actually, this photo was part of the footage taken by one of our member organizations. It's called User. And this organization actually entered the institution at 5 a.m. in the morning, and they discovered 2 rooms full with naked people. And these people actually were sitting on the floor because there were no chairs and there was no toilet. And of course, that was shocking, and it was systematic, and it was used because personnel didn't want to waste their time and efforts to wash the linen. Human rights violations are everywhere, especially if you are in a closed facility, but also we should mind that there are also invisible doors and invisible problems. And what we may want to actually do, to summarize what I was saying, is first, we need to consider to report about violations of rights that we witness or experience or have experienced. We need to try to find a monitoring body or bodies in our countries and influence them. We may want to try to join an existing monitoring team or create our own team. And the most important part, we must not be silenced by the powerful others in the process, as it so often happens. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Olga. Wow. And a lot of comments about how your presentation was very empowering and inspirational for our attendees, and that it took a lot of courage and bravery for you to say all of that. Others were commenting on how sad your pictures were and that they're very happy that things are better in their countries now. And several would like to join forces with INUSP, so we'll be in touch with you. And one participant couldn't believe that you said they were using sticks. Did that mean that they were actually beating people with the sticks, which now I'm sure by the end they did understand how terrible these conditions can be?
We saw blue eyes actually, and we reported during the monitoring, and patients actually told us about the sticks. But when the prosecutor's office came to this institution, they just refused to speak with the patients because psychiatrists said that there is no point and the patients are severely disabled and they cannot be trusted. And prosecutor's office just talked with the personnel, and it was ended like that. So yeah, it happens, and it's a disaster. Once I didn't mention, but when I already was a monitor, I actually returned back to the institution as a patient. It was in 2011. And with this knowledge of human rights, with this monitoring experience, I again became an inpatient, and all my knowledge didn't help me, you know. Yeah.
Exactly, Olga. There's a question about that because Shane would really like to know how you felt personally when you returned to these institutions as a monitor, and if it was mentally difficult, if you did anything to prepare yourself.
Yes, it was a bit difficult. I'm lucky that my childhood was in the black period of Georgia, when I was accustomed to bad conditions and to difficulties, with no water, with no light, with the big queues, with no food sometimes. So my childhood was quite a bit a component for my mental health crisis afterwards. But it was very hard. Just my philosophy is in life that you cannot run from the problem, you have to face it. I just felt when I experienced this psychosis and returned to institutions that if I will try to run from these problems, they will eventually return, and I will be forced to actually face them again, but not in the active role. So I just chose the active role, and actually I want to see the services changed, especially in case I or someone from those who I know became inpatient or will require mental health services again. So it became personal. Yeah, so yeah, it was hard, but not so hard. And we had some funny moments with cockroaches and psychiatrists trying to kill them. And cockroaches were hiding in the medical files of the patients. So sometimes it was funny, actually.
Wow. Well, that's good, because humor can be something that helps. And we have a question from Virginia, who would like to know, on the other side, how we can help people get past their fear of making complaints when they're in the hospital and the institution.
Someone from the attendees mentioned actually forensic sector, and I can illustrate this and answer this question by illustration. Once we entered the institution with forensic ward, and there were ex-prisoners there. And prisoners, I also monitored prisons, because they too are under auspices of NPM monitoring, and I could compare the behavior of prisoners and behavior of prisoners who became inpatients in the psychiatric institution. And prisoners tend to be very active in Georgia. They are actively complaining, they know their rights. But when we entered this room in the psychiatric institution, all these people were so scared. They were afraid even to talk to monitors. And when we asked them what is happening, why they are behaving in this way, they said, guys, you just have no idea what is happening here. Any complaint just causes the injection, and we're so afraid of these injections that we just cannot speak, we cannot write these complaints. So this is a really big problem, and that's why monitoring needs to be done regularly, and that's why there needs to be a good connection with inpatients in such settings.
And maybe having peers as monitors, people with lived experience as monitors, makes it easier for people to speak out. That was my experience monitoring in France.
Yes.
So Olga, we have a comment from Soazig about how absolutely shocking it is to see the treatment of these patients. And they're wondering if the European Court of Human Rights is doing anything about it, and if these institutions are ever prosecuted.
A good question, but this is a reality not only in my country, but as you see, Ukraine, Romania, Hungary. I know that there is a disaster in Hungary, Russia as well. So it's a widespread problem when you have this closed system. And I don't think that up to now there was any effective case with regard to such conditions. Somehow even the healthcare ministry, when it monitors or actually visits these institutions, they are happy with what they see, probably because they do not change anything. So it's tricky, and probably we need to ask for more attention to this situation, because often people just don't know about all those facts, and there is not enough pressure from civil society to address those issues.
Maybe you could tell us, Olga, about how INUS campaigned in that one case in Ukraine, I believe, to help the situation.
Yes, we wrote a letter together with our member organization in Ukraine, asking to pay attention to a case of a woman who was deprived of her legal capacity, and her guardian was trying to send her in a social care home, probably one of the kind that you saw in this presentation, because it's exactly the residential facility. But Inus wrote a letter together. We supported actually this letter of our member, and actually they paid attention, and they didn't send the woman to this institution, and they changed her guardian. So yeah, it was not a very good decision. I mean, changing the guardian doesn't solve her problem, but still she's not in the institution now.
That's good, because often when there are eyes from the outside, it makes a big difference for the person inside, definitely. Well, we have.
I noticed a question about medication. No, I'm not on meds, and I think that it's complicated and should be personal. Like in Timo's case, he was helped by surgery. Some people are helped by some medication. So we are pro-informed consent, and this diagnosis actually doesn't say anything about the reasons for why we developed this condition. I believe that my condition was developed mostly because of social and psychological reasons, and that's why I managed without any medication for 10 years, and despite of the very bad prognosis from my psychiatrists. But some people may find it very challenging, so it's not the universal solution.
Thank you, Olga. I didn't dare ask you that question, as it is a very personal thing, and it's up to each person to know what is the best for them. I think that's really important. Within INUSP, we respect each person's own experience and their lived experience. So thank you.
Invisible walls, I think CTOs is the most relevant thing in Europe, and guardianship regimes that are still in place. Those are the most, the worst invisible walls. Like when you're ordered by someone to take medication, even if it's called community treatment, but you have to take this medication and you have no choice, otherwise you will be returned back to the institution. So this means exactly the manipulation and coercion, but it's not quite visible. It's much more, well, hidden.
Subtle, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Olga. I wish we could talk longer. And I'm counting on you for the questions for my presentation now.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye. So here I am for my own presentation, and my name is Stephanie, as you understood. I'm currently an INUSP deputy board member for the Southwest region, and a board member in charge of international relations for Advocacy France. Advocacy France is a member of both INUSP and Mental Health Europe. Like many of you, I became involved in our movement about 25 years ago because of my own horrible, terrifying, and violent experience in psychiatry. I couldn't believe people were being treated this way against their will, especially when they had done nothing wrong, but just deviate from the norm and perhaps need help and support. So this pushed me to get involved and try to improve and change things. Our slogan at Advocacy France is, when people who are not very used to speaking will be heard by people who are not very used to listening, incredible things can happen. I think this is a perfect illustration of our rights enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I'm not going to go into the details of our rights and our demands under the UN CRPD you can find on the UN website. Instead, I'd like to share with you our experience from France in advocating for our rights all the way up to the level of the UN Committee for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities at the United Nations headquarters in Geneva. I remember when I first heard about the UN CRPD back in 2007, when we were asked by others to campaign for France to ratify this convention and its optional protocol. We brought out our petitions for people to sign every chance we had, and France finally did ratify the convention in 2010. But at the time, I didn't know much about it. And even if I had been hospitalized against my will and forced to take medication several times in psychiatry, I did not identify with persons with disabilities. That's not me, I thought. But that was before I knew what the CRPD really meant and how it and society, and it can help us because it is society and psychiatry that disables us. In 2012, ENUSP received funding from the Open Society Foundation that made it possible to publish fantastic newsletters and lots of relevant information. Advocacy France reactivated our membership, and at the end of the year, I was even able to attend a European empowerment seminar in Romania, which was at that time organized by ENUSP with the support of Mental Health Europe. And after that, other ENUSP empowerment seminars that brought me into contact with leaders of the movement, such as Jolijn Santagoods, you heard from, or Tina Minkovits, a human rights lawyer and survivor of psychiatry who herself was involved in the drafting of the CRPD. Ever since, I've been thrilled to work with ENUSP for the recognition of our rights. It was a very new experience for me to be among only peers, people with lived experience, without professionals and family members alongside, who are often much more powerful and influential than we are, and especially today with the big service providers who often take our place and represent us instead. And I wanted to show you some pictures of inspiration, as Dominique said earlier, role models for me, and there are many others, including Mary Nettle, who is here from us, another former ENUSP chair from the UK, and perhaps Gabriella, you see in the picture. And when Tina Minkovits launched an absolute prohibition campaign and network online to lobby for the application of the CRPD and to eliminate forced hospitalization and treatment in psychiatry, it really got things moving. In France, because of the language barrier for some of us, we set up a small French-speaking absolute prohibition network online. And this made it possible to get in touch with like-minded people from all over the country, compare our experiences, and campaign for our rights during the last French presidential election, for example. So how can we advocate for our rights? One way can be a petition, but another way we have is thanks to the UN CRPD that provides directly for us to give our opinion on the situation by what we call shadow reporting, and our right to meet directly with the UN Committee for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In 2017, thanks to funding from Mental Health Europe for a national empowerment seminar organized by and for mental health service users in France, and a major conference in Paris a few days earlier, Advocacy France was able to bring together for the first time 18 users, ex-users, and survivors of psychiatry, representing 15 different organizations throughout the country for a one-day seminar on the CRPD and our rights. Tina Minkovits, who was in Paris for this conference, kindly accepted to stay on and be our keynote speaker and trainer, and there were other presentations on French law and peer advocacy. Then again, in 2018, thanks to the support of the Cap Droit research project at a university on legal capacity, Advocacy France was again able to organize another one-day empowerment seminar, this time on shadow reporting. Again, Tina Minkovits, who was at the UN in Geneva at the time, agreed to come and join us in France, together with a representative from the European Disability Forum and a French PhD law student. So this laid the groundwork for our future shadow report. This widespread representation of our community was already a major achievement in itself, and extremely rare due to the usual competition for funding and representation opportunities. But it was the European and international aspects that convinced everyone to come together in our common interest in spite of our differences. Training, learning about our rights, and means of advocacy are essential. Taking advantage of the presence of participants and speakers already nearby for other events with their travel paid was an enormous help to make this possible. With the preliminary review of France by the CRPD committee then coming up in September 2019, we got to work to form a coalition of our organizations, draft a report with our recommendations on what they call the list of issues the CRPD committee would be asking France about how the country implements the CRPD and submit our report with our own issues to the committee. In spite of a lack of resources and the inability of everyone to work together, our group managed to submit 3 different reports and raise enough money by crowdfunding with GoFundMe to actually travel to and stay in Geneva for 3 nights, where we had the right as representatives of organizations of persons with disabilities to engage in a private dialogue with the CRPD committee members, meet our country rapporteur for France, selected among the committee members, who is Jonas Ruskas from Lithuania, an educator and researcher with a disability himself. He spent 2 hours, Jonas Ruskas, with us in a private meeting with our little coalition on a Sunday before the UN meetings to discuss our concerns about the way we are treated in France. He had an incredible understanding of what we had lived through. The next day, thanks to support from the European Disability Forum, we were able to have private meetings with other committee members and then give our presentation right on the floor of the United Nations, just like the French Ombudsman, our National Disability Council, and our National Human Rights Council. It is such a joy and such a relief to finally be understood and supported by the UN CRPD committee, whose members understand how our rights are violated, how we have been locked up, treated by force because of the situations that disabled us, how we were restrained and put in seclusion, ancient practices from another age that must be abolished. This can also be seen in the many reports, recommendations, and the guidelines on Article 14 of the CRPD, Freedom and Security, that I really encourage you to read, as you see here on my slide. This adventure at the United Nations was truly one of the most wonderful experiences in my life as an activist to improve our situation. The main review of France has now been put off until next year because of COVID-19, but our coalition is still active and plans to be there. I encourage you all to consider doing this, even if you wonder how it could be possible, because our experience shows that where there is a will, there is a way. So I'm going to leave you with a meme design by one of the members of our French coalition, Jules Mallius, that helps us really believe in a better future. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Stephanie. Actually, people were commenting that that's a wonderful presentation, and that we must work closer together, and we must try to look for funding together because it's more realistic, and we have different expertise, and it will be very appreciated if we work together. So the question is from Soazik, is there any online training available for people to learn and advocate about the rights of people with disabilities? Because he hasn't lived in France in 20 years, and he doesn't know what is the situation there. Is there any sign of improvement in 20 years? That's the question.
There is some improvement, but for the major question about knowing and advocating for our rights, especially under the CRPD. In most countries, the CRPD is not very well known. It's not well known among mental health care professionals, that is for sure, or among policymakers, and we need to improve this. Little by little in France, thanks to our Controller General for Places of Deprivation of Liberty, which is a very special position we have in France, a person who visits even without notice any place of deprivation of liberty, they call it. Things, yes, have improved because this is pointed out to the public, and civil society starts putting pressure to change things. I made a list of recommended websites and useful information that Mental Health Ireland will share with you. And there is a training program that Tina Minkovitz offers online with her Absolute Prohibition Network that can help you learn a lot more about the CRPD and shadow reporting. If you're interested also, you can count on INUSP that wants to support more and more as possible our national members interested in doing this type of shadow report.
The question comes from Chantel. Silly question, but what is the difference between an advocate and activist from your perspective?
I don't think there's a difference really, except maybe that usually advocacy, being an advocate, is helping to get a person's voice heard without replacing their voice. So to help as being a spokesperson, an advocate for their voice and their rights. I wonder sometimes what the difference between activist and militant is.
Great point. What is the difference between a peer supporter and a peer facilitator? Derek Walsh.
Well, there are all these names now for peers, peer support workers, peer mediators, they like to call them in France, because they're supposed to mediate between the patient and the professional. I think it depends on the system and where you are and the role you play, which is not very easy because peer workers, mediators, helpers, whatever you want to call them, are often under a lot of pressure, are often alone, and sometimes formatted where their actual expertise by experience is not what counts the most, unfortunately.
The previous question before you started to explain the shadow reporting was, what is shadow reporting? So I guess the answer was already given, but maybe to summarize in brief sentences again what it's all about.
So this will be my last answer because we're running behind.
Yes.
But shadow reporting, as I said, is our right to submit our personal opinion about the situation in our countries under the CRPD in terms of compliance of your country with the United Nations CRPD as interpreted by the CRPD committee. It is our right to be heard directly by them at the same level. When you submit your shadow report or other documents to the committee, the United Nations puts it on their website online, right next to the official report from the state. So everyone in the world can see your opinion. It's absolutely amazing. And I really encourage you again to get involved, and Ines would be happy to support you. So now we're going to hear from our next speaker, who you already met, Jolijn Santegoods from Mind Rights in the Netherlands. And she'll be talking to you about how we want to drop the draft, the United Nations versus the Council of Europe, and the danger of the draft additional protocol to the Oviedo Convention.
Yes. Will you put on the slides or? Can you hear me?
Sure, Jolijn. You want me to put up your slides?
If possible, I don't have.
Sure, no problem. Just a second. You want to start?
Yeah, I'll just keep it short and I'll just give a brief outline of what's happening at the Council of Europe, which I just told a little bit in the morning already. So there's this clash between the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities on the one hand, and the newest European developments at the Council of Europe level. And it's important to stress that the EU, European Union, is a different organization than the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe dates from 1950, after the World War has ended. This was the European answer for human rights. And the European Union is more like a monetarian union, which is much younger. But now the EU has ratified the CRPD, and the EU has 28 member states, and each of these member states have ratified the CRPD. The Council of Europe has 48 member states, if I'm not mistaken, and so it's a lot bigger than the EU. And now it's the Council of Europe setting the human rights standards for Europe in the large definition of Europe. So those 47 member states. If we go back one slide, you'll see that even in the very title of the document, this draft additional protocol to the Oviedo Convention concerning the protection of human rights and dignity of persons with mental disorder with regard to involuntary treatment and involuntary placement for people, quote, unable to consent. That is how the Council of Europe approaches the issue of urgent situations. They still resort to forced treatment. And this is a huge problem for Europe, of course, because in different countries, they will have, on the one hand, the UN Convention, which prohibits forced treatments. And on the other hand, there's this new Council of Europe draft, which is not adopted yet. So we're trying to stop it. But it would bring lower standards to Europe, and it would give states an excuse not to implement the full human rights. They can go and find excuses why they chose lower standards. This is, of course, a serious threat against our human rights. It's non-discrimination. There's a lot of legal terms on the screen, as you can see. I'll go a bit faster. You'll get the screen, the slides, and all of this you can read on INA's website and on the website of EDF, which is the European Disability Forum. So the Bioethics Committee of the Council of Europe is taking the very biomedical approach and considering that persons with mental illness have a kind of defect that needs to be fixed for safety reasons, etc. While the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities takes the social approach about restoring well-being, about having rights, having the right to be a part of the community, regardless of who you are. We have to stop this draft additional protocol because it will it will disrupt everything we are trying to build up in Europe. We want Europe to be the leader of human rights in the world, and we cannot accept that the Council of Europe is diverting from the UN Convention. We really have to stand up. So we have started with INASP to push and to expose this, and we found a lot of allies like Mental Health Europe, the European Disability Forum. You just saw the list of organizations, this long list, and there's so many more organizations also from the national level who raise their red flag and say stop to the Council of Europe and say we want human rights, we want full human rights. So on the next slide, you'll see that also a lot of UN bodies such as the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights and the CRPD Committee, the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and a number of others have spoken out explicitly calling on member states to vote against the draft additional protocol. So what started as some single letters of ENUSP to the Council of Europe saying we protest against forced treatments is now growing out into a bigger and bigger campaign. We even have Human Rights Watch involved at this moment, who are also exposing forced treatments and saying and highlighting alternatives. So this is an ongoing campaign, and each of you can join because we need to reach the critical mass, and those policymakers, they need to be convinced that what they are doing is no longer accepted by the community, and we are the community, so we must raise our voices. So you can find a lot of information on ENUSP website or on the website of Mental Health Europe or European Disability Forum, and you'll find a lot of links so you can read on and on. You can find information on even the UN CRPD committee's website with the call to end or to vote against the draft additional protocol, calling on member states to stop forced treatments. So this is one of the showcases of ENUSP of how our efforts can actually spin off into a larger and larger snowball, and hopefully all together we will be able to stop this Council of Europe draft additional protocol. So I hope you will all join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jolijn. Amazing. And I was sharing my screen, so I can't catch up with all these questions too quickly, but we only have a few minutes left, unfortunately. And I see that some of these questions have been answered. Again, there's the question of stigma associated with lived experience, and often peer experts are not welcome like academic experts. How do you think we can change that? This disparity also mentioned between us and the higher powers.
Yeah, it's a tricky question, I think, but from my personal experience, I learned that when you speak from your heart, when I tell about being solitary confined, basically everybody understands that this was not helpful for my mental health. It didn't foster well-being. It didn't bring recovery to be locked up. And if I talk about that, I find actually understanding. But I think many of us agree that coercion is a problem, but we only disagree on what to do alternative. And I think we can reach agreement, because I think in the end we all want the same. We all want to foster well-being. And so I think it is possible, but we have to overcome the classical stereotypes and indeed stigma that sees us as broken people who cannot have our own agency about life, while only we make maybe different choices than others, or we believe in different things, or it's just a freedom of diversity, I think, that we should promote. I hope that makes sense.
Absolutely, Jolijn, and I hope that our guests here today are convinced of that we are not broken, and that we are capable and able and have the right to direct and continue with our own lives. So I don't know if our panelists want to come back to say goodbye with their cameras. With Olga and Tony and Timo and Guadalupe, if you're still here. So thanks to all of you for your attention, and do contact us if you're a user, ex-user, survivor of psychiatry, or with lived experience, or with a psychosocial disability, or however you want to identify yourself. If you're interested in working with us, we would be very happy if you joined us. Thank you again, and we look forward to the rest of our afternoon.
Thank you, Stephanie. You've done a very
Thank you
good job.
for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome back from your workshops, wherever you have been, and I hope that you all enjoyed, learned and shared lots in the workshops that you attended. and that there were lots of opportunities for engagement. From my perspective, I attended the Human Rights as a Basis for Empowerment. And although at times my heart was very heavy in what I saw and heard, it was lightened again by the passion, the strength, the motivation, the knowledge, the persistence of the people who are European network of users and ex-users and survivors of psychiatry. Personally, thank you so much for informing me on the reality of other people's lives and what they are enduring in relation to their mental health challenges. I very much appreciate it, and I think somebody mentioned it in the chat around, and I think Stephanie also brought it up, you know, working closer together, looking for funding together, capitalizing on where we have champions, and using all we can to continue to progress on this. So we're going to move into the next part of the day. So when we hoped to run the event in Kilkenny City this year, one of the things we thought would add a sense of adventure was that of a recovery trail, similar to a treasure hunt, where you would follow different numbers on a map and uncover the hidden treasures. When we couldn't bring ye to Kilkenny to do that, we thought, well, let's bring the recovery trail to our virtual world. And so to do this, I will hand you over to Belinda Coyle and David Dwyer, who will be your virtual tour guides for this experience.
Thank you, Catherine. David Dwyer can't be here today at this moment, so I'm just going to talk about the recovery trail. As Catherine mentioned, my name is Belinda Kyle. I'm a family peer educator, a recovery facilitator and a coordinator with the Carlow Involvement Centre here in the Southeast in Ireland. And welcome everyone. And it's so exciting and a pleasure to be here to actually talk and part of this European Empowerment Seminar. As a Kilkenny Recovery Trail, as Catherine has said there, that you should have been here in person, but unfortunately that's the case. We decided to bring Kilkenny City to you. With this Kilkenny Recovery Trail, as you can see on the screen there, it's a virtual recovery trail, and it's all different organisations, recovery service, and how Kilkenny comes together to empower and recovery. And I like to say about Kilkenny City, we offer a lot of organisations from mental health service to community NGOs, and we do come together to empower recovery. And we're going to be showing the videos of all what Kilkenny City has to offer. But before we show the videos, I'd like to say a special thank you to the co-production team that helped make this project happen by co-producing these videos. And a special thank you to all the people who were involved in the video, especially from the mental health professionals to the lived experience and to the family members and volunteers here in Kilkenny City. And they give their perspective, and they're talking and giving their perspective on what does recovery and empowerment mean to them. So enjoy these videos that we're going to show now. And also, I hope this will inspire all of you to think of ideas that you can bring back to your own country and your own community, and think about empowerment and recovery and how can we make that change all over Europe. Thank you.
Well, I'm Paul Clifford. I'm from Kilkenny. I'm here in the Kilkenny Involvement Centre. I'm the coordinator here.
My name is Noel Cantwell. I'm a volunteer here for over 5 years.
Hi, my name is Oliver, and I'm volunteering in the Involvement Centre here for about 3 years.
My role, I suppose, as a coordinator is coordinating the building and I suppose the people in it, what goes on, who uses the building, what plans or projects we hope to do.
I do facilitator work, and I've been coming here to interact with people, get great support from living on my own, to having friends, banter, camaraderie. That's basically how I got to be here.
I actually came upon this place as part of my own recovery. So I'm in recovery from mental health and addiction, and I attended meetings here, so it was smart recovery meetings. That's how I heard about this place.
Everyone here, we encourage them to get involved. They're part of the team. To become a volunteer is what we'd hope when they come in and get used to the place. That they're very much have a part in the say of what plans or what steps as going forward that they'd like to see here, what activity, what training, what developments they need, what supports they need. Like, it's very well to go into places that this is there for you, but I think it's very important to say, no, this is what we want, this is what we need. So I feel here they have a big say in what goes on here. They decide the planning, they decide, as I said already, what steps we have going forward, what supports they need, what training they need, what activities they need, what friendships they need, I suppose. And friendships is a huge thing here in the Wellness Centre.
People are deriving positivity from coming here, and it's a mood enhancement as well. But from lived experience, with a rather checkered past in London, England, I find this place is more of a sanctuary for people to interact and gain positivity.
And it's for anybody that wants to come in. So people are coming in maybe and they're worried about concerned about their addiction. There's no judgment, there's no stigma here. Mental health, again, no judgment, no stigma. So it's a very comfortable space for people.
It's not me putting the plan in place, or we say people over me putting the plan in place. It's very much what the people here coming as a team put in place what they need. So it's forever changing and we're forever trying out things. You know, and there's tapping going on here, there's auricular acupuncture going on here, there's bits of meditation going on here. And always of, I suppose, self-care and self-compassion. And as I said, there's such a variety in one sense because it's not one shoe fits all. Some people are into meditation, other people can't stand it. Some people are into arts, other people can't. So try to find bits and pieces that everyone feels, yeah, that's my little piece there.
But also everyone that comes here, they kind of know the ethics and kind of the ethos of the place as well. So that it's a really respectful kind of an area for people to engage and get to know each other. And people kind of come and go from that as well. So some people might come for a couple of weeks, some people might come in for a couple of sessions, and other people, you know, a number of months. And then there's other people that are dipping in and out for many years, characters, if you will, you know what I mean, people that are part of the community. And that's, you know, me personally, I think it's absolutely wonderful to have something like this in the Kilkenny community.
Hi, my name is Claire Fitzpatrick and I'm the Recovery Coordinator for the South East.
My name is David Dwyer and I am the lead peer educator here in the Recovery College South East.
Hi, I'm Sharon Marr. I'm a Recovery Education Facilitator with Recovery College South East from a family member perspective.
Hi, my name is Belinda Kyle and I'm a family peer educator here with the Recovery College South East.
The idea of a Recovery Coordinator is to influence, I suppose, a whole service approach to recovery education.
It's a broad role, so I have many kind of tasks and duties, but my main responsibility, I suppose, would be to oversee the development of recovery education in the South East across the 5 counties. And, you know, I don't do that alone, so I work closely with Claire Fitzpatrick, my coordinator, as well as our recovery education facilitators, who do a great job in delivering workshops. So I would work closely with them, and we would look at things like quality, the relevance of the content, and trying to get the recovery education out into the services as well as in the building here in the college.
So I wanted to help, you know, to break down the stigma of mental health with everyone, and to do that then I got involved in recovery education and I started to do the workshops, and as I did that I became kind of more empowered in myself then to want to continue it, to give the education to as many people who want it.
We're looking at organisational change, you know, we're looking at what we call co-production. So how do we make that work? How do we sort of encourage that whole process of the service user, the family member and the service provider sitting down together and working this way?
There's a co-production process here as well, you know, so like you could have family members, you could have lived experience, or people, you know, service providers, professionals, but it doesn't matter. So everyone, you're treated as a human, really. You know, the humanity
that's it really.
I think the empowerment is for everyone. We feel empowered because we have the privilege of being able to do this recovery education to give to people, and then we hope we're empowering them at the same time.
Recovery and empowerment means to me it's empowering families, supporters, carers, advocating for them on their behalf where they're afraid to ask that question. And I'm there to help that, and support them or signpost them, and empowering themselves to focus on their own strengths as family members and moving forward in recovery, do you know what I mean?
I suppose the word that comes to mind straight away is freedom, and empowerment. I see empowerment as being within inside the person, and obviously it needs stimuli or in the external environment to draw that out, but you would see people would get involved here at the college. They'd come to a workshop, they might be very shy, a bit quiet in themselves, lacking in confidence, a bit like myself in the early days. And little by little they become more confident, they become part of, and even they come back and do some work with us, or they get involved that way.
I think they feel they've been listened to, and they feel validated, they feel empowered, they feel more confident in themselves. If they did a workshop for particularly on, say, anxiety, say, we'd hope that they'd feel they'd have some coping skills that we would have given them, and that helps them to feel more, to give them a little bit of peace of mind.
I see empowerment in our services is that, we've recently hired 11 recovery educators, facilitators. So these are people who have been, have had mental health challenges in their lives, and they've come through sort of the recovery college, they've come through involvement centres, and now they're actually working part-time in the service to deliver education across the service. So that's empowerment.
My name is Mags Lynch and I'm from Kilkenny, originally from Dublin. I've been living in Kilkenny now for about 20 years, love the place.
My name is Mary. I'm a student at the Recovery College South East in Kilkenny.
My name is Niall Ryan and I'm a facilitator here in the Recovery College South East.
Just before I had my son, I lost 4 people that I was very close to. So that was what started, I suppose, a spiral of grief, which then I spent the following 10 years trying to come out of.
Before I went to college, I was quite lonely. I had people in my life, but at the end of the day, I wanted to give something back. I wanted to do something with my life, And someone recommended the Recovery College to me. I started out doing workshops there, participating in workshops, and I found I liked it. It helped me to open up myself, open up on my feelings. It helped me to connect well with people. It empowered me to do different things with my life.
I was a shell of a human being. Everything was about the child. Everything was about his needs. I didn't exist. The Recovery College gave me back.
And I came on well about 12 years ago. I was a fence contractor here in Kilkenny, early service, and I got panic attacks and anxiety, and I was diagnosed with general anxiety disorder. And so I went to the vomit centre in Carlow one wet April, and I just met this lovely lady called Margaret Sweedy, and she got talking, and she understood what I was going in my life. I had lost everything. I was just a shell of a man. I had lost my business and job, and the whole lot went to pear-shape. And then I got involved in with the workshops there. They really started. There was no college here. There was nothing going on. So what we done then was I actually got a flair for it, I would say, and I was starting to recover myself by helping other people and sharing my experiences, and that you can recover.
I would strongly recommend the Recovery College South East. Reason being is it encompasses the 5 concepts of CHIME: connectedness, hope, identity, the meaning of life, and empowerment. It gives you meaning to your life. It empowers you to do different things with your life in other situations. It enables you to communicate effectively with people. The Recovery College facilitators and staff, they welcome you with open arms, and they're also approachable and down to earth, and you're accepted no matter who you are, where you are from, what you believe in. is all about social inclusion.
I would recommend the college because they take each individual as themselves. They figure out what the individual needs working with them, and then they work to get them to where they want to go.
I'm Kelly. I'm a peer support worker in South Tipperary Mental Health Services. I'm working with people in the rehabilitation and recovery team, so they're people that would need more intense support. It could be anything from having a cup of tea, going for a walk, filling in forms for social welfare, helping to engage them in training centres or employment.
What I do is that it's usually someone has asked me to meet with them. It could be a nurse or it could be a doctor or anyone in the service. And I meet with them and we chat about what's going well and what the difficulties are and where they'd like to get to.
Part of my role is spreading the word of advancing recovery, working and promoting with the National Office for Mental Health and Recovery, and it's about the national framework and supporting services to become more recovery focused in what they do.
So my role is to provide clinical leadership to the members of the multidisciplinary team.
I suppose for me, on the personal level for recovery and empowerment is to be able to have a normal life again. I think when you do get diagnosed, it's like when will I recover? And there is no answer as to definitely when you will recover or if you will recover, but it's to have a normal life, to be able to have the family, have a house, to be able to go and get a job, to be able to help other people using what you've gone through as a tool to be able to help other people and show that they can then have a normal life, that there is hope, they're learning new skills, working on the skills that they do have to get better.
Empowerment to me is so important in order for someone to actually recover, and as part of my role I would see that I would be a facilitator for empowerment, and what it would look like would really be me in my role or in working with families and service users and also service providers in seeking out all the opportunities that we can actually put in place for people to find their recovery.
Like I said, recovery is at the heart of the service we provide. Okay, and all the changes is now geared to recovery. Like you say, it's a new concept. We're all geared to recovery, empowering people with mental health difficulties to realize even when they are going through all these difficult moments, they can still live their life to the fullest potential, which they want to.
I like to see people living their life. For myself, I had my own difficulties in the past, and it's been able to get to that place where, yeah, I can. I deserve this. I have the right to this. I'm no different because I may have a diagnosis or I don't. And that's just, it's lovely. It's actually really, really positive and satisfying when you're with people who have that desire just to live their life to the fullest, and that's all I can say about it. That's what it means to me. Just living a good life and living it well.
My name is Kate and I am an area coordinator for GROW. Well, GROW is built to work with people who have mental health problems, but the big thing in GROW is that we work from the basis of a recovery model. So GROW is about recovery. You know, sometimes if you're in the statutory, say in the HSE, time is limited. People don't always get that opportunity, but they get a chance to tell their story, not once, but twice, and maybe 3 or 4 times. And they get to then home in on particular things that have been really life-changing for them, or the things that have affected their mental health. And they're able to look at that in a group of people who really will be very positive about what they talk about. It's about talking out the demons, the shadows, the hurt, the pain. That's what it's about. When I first went to GROW, I felt that there was hope for me in the group. When I was talking about the things that had happened to me as a child, and I got such a kind of safety net from the group and reassurance and what have you, that I felt empowered. I felt that I was kind of taking back some of the power or some of the hurt. I was letting that out, and the group just seemed to absorb it. In Grow we say this thing, we say, you can do it, but you can't do it alone. That's what we're about. We're about hearing people and hearing people's stories and hearing people's pain and helping them as a group, helping to make changes.
So my name is Susan Fahy, and I'm the manager of TASK, which stands for Training and Support Kilkenny. People who are in recovery come here and we try and help them on their journey of recovery.
My name is Thomas Renahan. I live here in Kilkenny City. I've lived here, I suppose I've lived here most of my life, all my life. And I have been previously married, divorced, have a family, 3 children. So I suppose starting off on mental health issues, I would have had them from very young, but would have escalated, I suppose, through divorce issues and issues with not being able to see children and stuff. It just sort of deteriorated.
So we have a variety of things happening in this building. We have art, we have a studio space upstairs, we do upcycling furniture, we have a garden, so we do horticulture. So all of those things I think help people in their recovery.
What I got interested in doing from the start was upcycling the furniture. Then I do what's called wood burning pictures here as well. So again, I was able to build my confidence. Again, it was not seen as, oh, you're doing something, you're sanding down a piece of furniture, anybody can do that. You're seen as taking the next step in what you can do in the furniture, and the step after that, until you actually see a person coming in and realising, wow, that is a lovely job. Then you feeling that your sense of worth in a small piece of a project is huge. And what that does for your confidence and what that does, it just makes you feel so different,
I think it's very important to have places like this based in the community, in every town, because having a diagnosis of a mental health issue can be a shocking experience for somebody, it can be traumatic, and they kind of need to rediscover who they are. So I think by having places like this where people can come, meet other people who've been through the same experience, try out new things, find out what gives them a buzz, is empowering for people.
And it's all down to here, it's all down to the very time I started here, because your courage, your confidence, as I should say, just they make it happen for you here. They just build it so much.
The Mental Health Engagement Forum, it gives a voice to people, so that we can have some positive change in the mental health services.
Forum, it's a very welcoming environment. It's for people with lived experience. They could be service users, family members or carers. And like I mentioned, it's about, say, the issues and working together to come up with solutions.
The biggest fault with the mental health system is that all the knowledge has come from reason, from looking at people from the outside, and they've totally ignored people's lived experience. So the most exciting thing at the moment is that people are getting a chance to speak.
It's this feeling that you can make a difference, that you have a voice, that you're not just another number on a piece of paper, that you're not just more data being collected. And what we talk about now is a more person-centered approach, a more recovery approach, whereas before it may have been more like a medical model and a one-size-fits-all approach. But there was that culture. So we're trying to come out of that culture and to go into more, say, what do I need as a person? What does Paul need? Say, just because I may be diagnosed with a certain condition doesn't mean that, say, the next person is diagnosed with the same condition that will work the same for them. So if they can figure out what I need and then say, I can have my voice heard, that can be very empowering. So once I'm sharing my story then with somebody else, they can say, wow, this can work. And so that's, I think, what empowerment is. It's having your voice heard and really believing that you can be a voice of change.
Trying on different identities rather than the big identity of mental patient, failure, useless, those all go together. You become a friend, you become somebody with wisdom, you become somebody who can lead a meeting, you become somebody who can join the forum and represent other people.
You can see that you can affect change because it goes to national level, you know, it's not just there in the room, it's taken, you know, to regional and national level, so, you know, you can see that you can make a difference. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Gina Delaney and I'm the Development Officer for the South East with Mental Health Ireland. My role is about promoting and supporting well-being and recovery across the South East. So I do that then by connecting in with different groups in the community, such as the mental health associations, my HSE colleagues, different NGO and community groups, and working together then to identify what developments or initiatives that we'd like to work on to progress together. And I suppose what I really enjoy about it is that I'm able to bring my lived experience and my professional experience to the role, so I can kind of bring my whole personality to it, like, you know, and really just be myself in the role. Like, I get to, I suppose, encourage people and support people around bringing their own experiences and their own personality and their experiences of mental health challenges as well in their own lives, or just simply of life challenges, you know, because we all have life challenges along the way that affect us and that we need support from time to time. So I think when we can connect in with that, we can bring, I suppose, more to what we're trying to achieve, either whether we're individuals or, you know, as service providers, you know, that we can just tap into those challenges and experiences and bring, you know, those experiences to make a change in the community. So recovery means being the best that I can be. So and empowerment then means, you know, having the knowledge and the means and the supports to achieve that. And I firmly believe that that's applicable no matter what perspective you're coming from, whether you're a person living with a challenge, whether you're a family member or a friend, or whether you're a service provider, that, you know, you can experience recovery, you can be the best that you can be, you can bring that to what you're doing in life, and that has a ripple effect then on the people around you. So, and it's all about, I suppose, it's also about knowing that you deserve to have that in your life. That's, I suppose, when empowerment happens, is that knowledge that you actually deserve the best for yourself, and that you can go about achieving it then either yourself or by getting the right supports to help you. First of all, just, you know, being able to be the best that you can be, it has an effect then on the people who are in your life, because then you're able to give back more, and you're able to, I suppose, bring the better parts of yourself to your relationships with other people, and you're also then in a place that you can give back. So feeling empowered and the effects of empowerment means that you can actually give back then to other people, and that you can, I suppose, bring what you've learned and the lessons that you've learned to empower yourself. You can bring them to other people and help them, I suppose, to empower themselves. And sometimes it even means that you can move on past it, and, you know, that it's no longer really part of your everyday life, like, you know, because you found other things that appeal to you and that, you know, make you feel good about yourself, and you've moved on to those things now. So maybe talking about mental health or mental health challenges is no longer such an active part of your life, because you found other things, you know, that give you joy and pleasure in your life also.
Welcome back again. Well, I hope you enjoyed that virtual recovery trail tour. And as we said earlier this morning, tomorrow we'll have everything from today uploaded to the Mental Health Ireland website, so you can rewatch any of the segments of today's seminar. We opened this morning's seminar with a conversation about our theme, Let's Talk Empowering Recovery in Europe, with Mental Health Ireland, Mental Health Europe, the European Network of Users and Ex-Users and Survivors of Psychiatry, and the Office of Mental Health Engagement and Recovery. And this set the scene for what I hope has been a fruitful day for you. certainly has been for me. Now we're moving to our final panel discussion of the day. And this will be a conversation with a panel of experts on the concept of CHIME. And you've heard CHIME being mentioned right throughout the day, and it's probably something that's very integral to us here in Ireland. And it's about having connections, having hope, a sense of identity, a meaning and a purpose in your life, and empowerment. This session will be co-hosted by Gina Delaney and Belinda Coyle. Remember, you can still participate through the chat function to ask questions of the panel, who will be delighted to share their views with you and hear from you. So with that, I'm going to hand you over now to Gina and Belinda. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you, Catherine, and thanks, Belinda. So thanks very much for having us, and it's lovely to be at this part of the day now and to be engaging with you all on the topic of CHIME again. So what we'd like to do is I'm going to just tell you a little bit about who I am, and then Belinda will tell you about herself, and then we're going to have a little short video before our panel participants. So my name is Gina, and I suppose I have lived experience of recovery and family recovery, and I suppose very passionate about that, and very privileged. I feel very privileged to be working in the area of mental health now, to be able to bring that lived experience to my role, and feeling very privileged, of course, to be co-hosting along with Belinda today. So over to you, Belinda.
Thank you, Gina, and welcome everyone. As Gina mentioned, my name is Belinda Kyle. I'm a family peer educator, recovery facilitator and a coordinator from Carlow Involvement Centre. And I come with also family lived experience with both parents with mental health and addiction, with siblings in recovery now. So with my knowledge, maybe I can help and support Gina by introducing the panelists here today. And as we're talking about CHIME, is here to try and go through this event today. For some people may not understand what is CHIME. For CHIME, Ireland uses CHIME as a recovery concept in mental health and recovery. So I'm going to show you a brief video called Understanding Recovery, and that will give you a greater understanding what is the concept of CHIME in mental health and recovery.
In Ireland, the Health Service Executive Mental Health Services vision is that recovery is a reality for all. So what does that actually mean? Well, anyone can experience mental health challenges. The good thing is people can and do recover. So how does a serious mental health challenge affect a person? Well, it may impact on their ability to carry out normal everyday tasks. It may be difficult to form or maintain relationships, find or hold down a job, make friends, and be part of the community. It can be a very lonely place, as they may have experiences that others just don't understand. So what is mental health recovery? First of all, it's personal. Recovery is as unique as you are. It's about living a good life with or without symptoms. It's about what you can do, not what you can't. It can be a journey for some and a destination for others. And it's not always easy, but with the right supports, recovery is real. Evidence suggests that recovery is best supported by 5 things. Just remember the word CHIME. C stands for connections, having good relationships with other people. H is for hope, and the belief that you can recover. I is for identity, having a positive sense of yourself. M represents finding your own meaning and purpose in life. Finally, E is for empowerment, focusing on your strengths and having control over your life. That's CHIME.
Brilliant. So it's so good to have that video and just have that nice shared understanding of what we mean by CHIME and that. So what we'd like to do then is we're going to ask our panelists now to introduce themselves. Then we're going to ask them all to tell us a little bit about what they think is the most important element of CHIME. After that, then we're going to ask them specific questions on particular elements of CHIME. And then it will be over to you guys to ask us questions. So we welcome now your questions in the chat. And even if we don't get time to answer all of them, a reminder, as we've said throughout the day, that we will be responding to those at a later stage. So I'm going to ask our panelists now. So we have Martha Clark, we have Martin Rogan, we have Olga Kalina, we have Nigel Henderson, and we have Sushil Tejji. So I'd like to invite you all now to just introduce yourselves, please.
So my name is Martha Clark. I have my own experience of mental health challenge. I work for the Irish Mental Health Services as a peer support worker and also as a recovery facilitator in the Recovery College South East.
Lovely. Thank you, Martha. It's great to have you. Martin?
My name is Martin Rogan. I'm CEO with Mental Health Ireland. My original background is in mental health nursing as a health professional, and I've worked in management roles in services, in strategy roles, both in the voluntary and the community sector, and have worked internationally as well. So I would say this has been a really enjoyable day, and we're looking forward to a lively discussion here on CHIME.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's lovely. Thanks so much, Martin. Olga?
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Olga Kalina from Georgia. I'm chair of the European Network of Ex-Users, Users and Survivors of Psychiatry. At the national level, I'm involved in 3 non-governmental organizations of women with disabilities, of monitoring, and also the disability platform. Therefore, I have quite a bit of experience in, well, actually the non-governmental sector. Basically, I'm involved in the monitoring in the closed institutions, especially of the psychiatric institutions.
Thank you, Olga. That's brilliant. Thank you. And Nigel?
Hello, good afternoon. Can I first of all say a big thank you to Mental Health Ireland. This has been a fantastic event. I hope it continues to be fantastic with our contribution. And it's so nice to hear so many Irish accents. I feel very relaxed. It's such a lovely, for those who are native English speakers, it's just such a soothing accent. So I'm Nigel Henderson, and I'm the Chief Executive of Penumbra, which is an NGO in Scotland. And we've been providing a wide range of services across the country for many years. We have about 500 staff, and about 20% of our workforce are employed in peer roles, in peer work roles. But I'm also honoured to be a senior policy advisor to the board at Mental Health Europe. So I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
That's lovely, Nigel. Thanks very much. And we'd like to return the compliments to the Scottish there and the accents. So, and also over to Sushil.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sushil Tejji, and I have lived experience as a family carer and supporter for over 30 years, but relatively new to the whole area of mental health engagement. My professional experience is in business, and following retirement in 2015, I became a volunteer and now serve at both local and national level on forums, committees and advisory groups, very much with the objective of supporting the voice of service users and family members, and to ensure that their interests are listened to and incorporated in the development of policy decisions, and more importantly, the day-to-day delivery of services. And I'm delighted to have been invited to the panel here for today's conference, and hopefully I can give some useful insight to our attendees. And back to you, Gina.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Thank you. And I think I'm definitely really just eager to hear what everybody has to say, because from those introductions it's clear that we have a great spread and wealth of knowledge amongst our panellists, and from what we've already heard today, it's clear that, you know, that everybody is bringing something different, but just so interesting. So thanks very much to all our panellists. And I suppose just to get us going, if we have a question for everybody, so it's the same question for everybody, and the question is, what aspect of CHIME is most important to you and why? And perhaps we'll start again with you, Martha.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I'm a peer support worker. So for me, peer relationships are everything. I'm going to be biased and I'm going to say connection. Because if you said to me, Martha, what were you recovering from? I would say disconnection more than any diagnosis. It was disconnection. I was isolated. I found it hard to relate to people. People didn't seem to understand where I was coming from. So yeah, I think connection for me, to be recognized and validated and appreciated for who I am, and having connections that empower you, seen as the theme of the day is empowerment. I had a lot of people around me that empowered me, and those connections were so important. So yeah, I would say connection.
Brilliant. Yeah, totally can relate to that, and I'm glad that you said that, because I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that as well. Thank you, Martha. Martin, would you like to come in?
But I think the idea of CHIME is that all the elements work together. And I suppose if we're going to begin something, I suppose it's really important to be hopeful. And I think hope is a really powerful piece here. And I think as Martha's just told us, I think peers have a particular role here. I suppose before you embark on any project or journey, wherever it might be, you really need to have a sense of success is possible and it's probable and you can bring it about. And that's difficult to do unless you have hope. And I think sometimes you need to borrow hope from other people, from family members, from team members, from members in your community, people who you trust, and people you have a really strong relationship with. But I think also when you've borrowed in that way, sometimes you have to lend back. And I think that's where, in terms of our work with recovery colleges and peer educators and peer support workers right across the country, and indeed across Europe, we can see these are the people who hold hope. And I think Julie used that phrase earlier in one of the presentations, that she's a holder of hope. And I think that's a really important role. So it's someone who's been generous with that, being encouraging, and to give courage and give confidence is a really important part. So I think hope is certainly one of the core elements in the recovery movement.
Yeah, that's so true. And I know that, like, that reciprocal element of needing support or needing hope, and then being in a position when you receive it that you can give it back is so empowering. So yeah, thank you. Olga, would you like to tell us what aspect of CHIME you feel is most important?
Well, for sure, all components of CHIME are important, including connections and for sure hope. But I would name identity, because what I learned from my monitoring experience is that people all too often receive this label of schizophrenic or bipolar, and they just forget they are persons. And actually, they start to think about themselves as about objects belonging to the system. And it's very hard to get them out of this circle. It's something that has to be done from the organizational perspective, because it has to do with stigma, both self-stigma and stigma in society. With the attitudes, with these humiliations they face in these psychiatric institutions, when actually no one is listening. Too often no one is listening. Sometimes it's not the case, but yeah. I have personal experience of hospitalization and restraints. And I know how it felt to be the object, you know, and then I know how I felt that my brain was working wrongly, and I just couldn't trust my own thoughts, you know, and it was very damaging for me to just try to become very passive and try to only listen and obey to others. I remember this is the darkest period of my life, and I think that my recovery started with gaining back my identity, my positive sense of identity. And I started to accept myself. Actually, it was strange, but the psychiatric system and the horrible things that I witnessed there actually contributed to my recovery, because I learned that if the system works in such a wrong way, then I can be better. I'm not a bad person, actually, because the system is much worse than myself. So actually it contributed to this gaining back the positive sense of myself. Afterwards, I started to recover other things like skills, connections, job. We feel that in Europe, still it's a stigma and self-stigma, and that's why it's necessary to actually do something on the organizational level to combat this stigma. Of course, connections are very important, because actually when people see you and know that you had this history and you had this diagnosis, and then you are back and active and are fine, then they gain hope, and they gain again positive sense of identity. So they are very much connected, but identity has to deal with very organizational things. That's why we name identity.
Very good. Yeah, yeah. And Martin says, you know, that labels are sticky. So true. So yeah. So and it's so easy to become the label and become the role. So really looking forward to hearing more on it now. Thank you, Olga. Nigel, would you like to come in and tell us about the most important aspect of CHIME for you?
Yes, and I found this very difficult, actually, and because I think, as people have said, they are all connected. But I've chosen hope, the same as Martin, and I think hope can sometimes seem very difficult to define. But in honour of Mental Health Ireland, I've decided to give you a quote from Seamus Heaney, the famous Irish poet.
Very good.
And he said, "Hope is not optimism which expects things to turn out well, but something rooted in the conviction that there is good worth working for." And I really like that. And I like that idea that there is good worth working for. And like Martin, I agree that being hopeful for yourself, but also for others, is very important. And I know that if people have hope, that can help sustain them maybe through some of the hard or difficult days, because they might hope and know that there are better days ahead. So I think it's really important that we have hope for the future, that we can hold that hope, and that we can hold that hope for others.
Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you. It's really thought-provoking, you know, and I love quotes. Always have that just great way of gripping you and making you think about something in another way. Thank you for sharing that. Sushil, would you like to tell us about what you think is the most important aspect of CHIME?
Yes, certainly. I think for me personally, there's no one single element that's important, and that's because I see the recovery process not as a destination, but as a journey. And, you know, all the individual elements that make up CHIME are almost like those places that you have to visit on any journey, like waypoints. So as you pass through them, you're achieving that recovery. Now, some of those elements you'll get to quicker than others, but they are all the elements that you will pass through. So, but for that reason, you know, I see it very much as everything, as somebody has already said, all interconnected. And I guess another way of looking at it, I often compare to, is looking at it like the spokes of a wheel. The spokes of a wheel hold the wheel together and make the whole thing turn. And if one spoke is missing, or if one is shorter or longer, then the wheel becomes disjointed and you don't get a smooth journey. So each has its own place, and each has to be equal in parts. To keep that good balance, which we need to keep in all aspects of our lives. So I guess that's very much a personal view of mine, and some of you may relate to that. And with that, I'll hand back to Gina.
That's amazing. Thanks so much. Really appreciate that, Sushil. It's lovely. And I know, Belinda, you wanted to come in there.
Yeah, thank you. It's great answers coming back from the panelists. Thank you, everyone. Just to start off with, before we ask more questions, I'd just like to say we're open for questions. If you'd like to ask questions, just go into the chat option button and just put your questions in there to the panelists, and we'll come and answer them at the end of the discussion. I'll go to Marta. Marta, it's nice seeing you again. How are you? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Marta, how can we encourage people to feel more connected?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about this now over the last few days, and I guess we're very quick to point out what's wrong with people and what's different about people, instead of recognizing, say, common humanity, common experiences, similarities. And I think that's one thing, not to go on again about peer relationships, but that is one thing that happens when a group of like-minded people come together. You emphasize what is rather than what isn't. And that can be so empowering. It can mean that we're stronger together. It can lift people up, a sense of solidarity. So much can get done, as you guys have shown through this seminar, working together. Yeah, I think by bringing together people who have common experiences, common ideas and values, we can encourage more connection and better connections, just by emphasizing what is, not what isn't. So that's what I would say.
Fantastic, Marta. It's about building these good relationships, isn't it? In a positive way, and connecting with yourself and others. Yeah. Thank you, Marta. Thank you again.
Martin, could I ask you, what does Mental Health Ireland inspire? How do Mental Health Ireland, inspire hope for recovery?
Okay, well, we work at a national level in the Republic of Ireland, and we have two roles, principally around promoting positive mental health and well-being, which is a hopeful message as well, because sometimes people believe that enjoying good mental health is almost an accident, and you either get lucky or you've had some setbacks along the way and life has been particularly difficult. So we're actually encouraging people to say, no, you can actually manage and move forward and make changes, and sometimes really difficult changes, sometimes hugely courageous changes people make to improve their mental health. So that's a hopeful message in its own right. But also then in our work in what we call Living Life Well, and Living Life Well encapsulates our work around co-production, like this event here, and working in recovery. And I think for far too long, I think as many of the speakers have said already, people were told, because they'd had a setback at a certain point in their lives, that this was a cul-de-sac, that it was actually their life story ended here. And in some way they would have a lifelong disability, they'd be somehow stuck in distress and a sense of dependency. And I think those messages weren't particularly helpful, and they weren't true either. So I think one of the things we've noticed in mental health is that people who have a good outcome, people who succeed, are often probably less likely to talk about their periods of having difficulty in their lives. So our successes are sometimes invisible. And unfortunately, when people are still struggling or in a moment of vulnerability, that becomes very obvious and sometimes very visual and sometimes tragically so. So the programs and comments we've had earlier about the whole area of stigma has often been associated with things that had a poor outcome. So if we look back at when there was very little treatment available for people with HIV or with cancer, there were stigmas associated with these topics. As we get better outcomes, as we work together, as we share ideas, the likelihood of recovery becomes more obvious. And when you see it, you can believe it. And I think there is a responsibility on all of us to shine a bright light and show how recovery happens, when it happens, even though each individual finds their own way. I think another thing to be hopeful about, just in the last 3 weeks here in Ireland, we've launched a new mental health policy called Sharing the Vision. And this is a much more involved process. I think a previous policy document, which was really good, but really orbited around mental health services. This is a much more inclusive piece about saying the whole community has a role here, we all have a role to play, we all have responsibilities in this, and we need to get on board. And this is why an event like today is reaching out to colleagues right across Europe and beyond to see, well, what's worked for you, what's been helpful, and equally sometimes things that weren't intended to, but have impeded the road to recovery. So I think we can be much more optimistic and encouraged, and certainly be hopeful about the future.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Martin. And sorry, Belinda, I'm cutting in on you there. Am I?
No, it's grand. It's Olga. I really enjoyed your speeches and your talks today. I learned so much from you today, and thank you for all that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Olga, what is the most important to remember for individuals in how they view their identity?
First of all, we all should remember that illness or problem is just one dimension of what is happening in our life, and we shouldn't be defined by this illness or label. All too often, like I mentioned earlier, people forget about that because of stigma, and then because of self-stigma once they get this diagnosis. So they should remember that diagnosis doesn't define us. We're much more complicated than that. And actually, if we concentrate on what we can do, it's much better in terms of our positive view and recovery. And we may remember the history of terminology, like people with disabilities were named invalids. So and it's still a common terminology in many countries. For example, Russia still has problems with translating of this terminology, and they still use this term invalid. This means that actually there is no person-centered approach to the condition. Maybe we use more complicated phrase like a person with disability is much more complicated than just a short word invalid, but words make difference and we should remember about that. And if we put the person first, then it's much safer and it's much better for the person and for society as well. It's very important also to remember that we all have difficult periods in our lives. We may all have the feelings of helplessness, shame or guilt at times, and it's okay for any person in the world. It is not connected with the diagnosis. It doesn't make us the wrong person. We just should accept this part of our life as a human part, and we should accept ourselves as humans. Sometimes people just look for ideal, some perfect creature, you know, without any problems in life, and they think that the society around is exactly composed of such creatures sometimes, but it's not true. And being breakable means being human in our case, and we should be proud of being human actually. And the last point is that actually we should accept our own explanations and feelings that are different from the mainstream. We may have a totally different view of what is happening in our life because our inner world is much more complicated than can be described by any science at that point. And actually our explanation is valid, and we should remember that it's okay to have these different explanations and different voices. We have the right to have the different voices, and actually we are the best experts of our own lives, and we always should remember that.
Thank you. Thank you, Olga. It's regaining a positive sense of ourselves, isn't it, and identity, and it's breaking down the stigma and overcoming stigma in mental health and recovery, and accepting us as ourselves as a human being and moving forward. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Olga, for that. Nigel, I love your Scottish accent, I have to say it. Do you know what I mean? I love it. Nigel, what should we be most aware of in relation to the meaningful roles people have in their lives?
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is an interesting one because I think we probably all perform a lot of different roles, and we sometimes, or we have labels attached to us or names or whatever. But actually, I think when we talk about meaningful roles, we need to look at the purpose behind some of that, and we look at what is our own experience, what is our lived experience, and how does that bring meaning into our lives. And you know, so whether we've had mental health challenges, mental health, all of us will have had experiences in our lives that have helped shape us. And I think those are the things that bring meaning and purpose to us in our journey. And I think that you know, so having a meaningful role is actually, for me, something that gets you out of bed in the morning. It actually gives you some purpose for your day. And it doesn't have to be defined by a job or a role as a partner or a husband or a wife or a carer or a non-carer, but it's actually about the things, your strengths. So not what's wrong with you, but what is strong with you. And so thinking about the things that you might be able to do in terms of whether that is a hobby or volunteering or sport or art, creativity, physical activity, but feeling somehow that you've got a contribution to make and that you have a valued role in society, and not feeling that you've been excluded or left behind. So for me, those are the features, if you like, of a meaningful role. And they don't have to be tied up always in a job of work or a particular function or whatever, but the things that actually help you contribute and feel valued as a citizen.
Thank you, Nigel, for that. And it's a meaningful role, and it's having a purpose in life as well, isn't it? Because I come as many roles myself, being a family member, being a carer, and oftentimes we forget, we often say is that we care for someone instead of caring about someone. It's just using that language and having that role, isn't it? Thank you, Nigel. I'm going to pass to Gina.
So true, and I would often say that about my mother, like, you know, the relationship that me and her had, like, it, you know, when we kind of felt stronger in our recovery, that it was, you know, that we cared about each other, you know, because she supported me at different times and then I supported her at different times, and that's what family is and does, like. So Sushil, could I ask you, is empowerment the end goal, and if it is, how do we get there?
Well, okay. I guess to address that first, we need to get maybe a common understanding of what we all mean by empowerment. And a quick look at Wikipedia will tell you it's the process of becoming stronger and more confident, especially in controlling one's life and claiming one's rights. Empowerment as an action refers both to the process of self-empowerment and the support given by professionals. So with the support given by professionals in mind, for me, one of the keys here of empowerment is the acquisition of knowledge. And you may have heard that phrase before, knowledge is power. I think we heard it earlier on this morning. And historically, that knowledge was not always shared. And that left people with a feeling of powerlessness and at the mercy of the services. And Olga, I know earlier on, was talking about being a passive recipient. Now, thankfully, that is changing with modern practice, and we see professional support focusing on recovery with the use of multidisciplinary teams, the provision of peer support, peer education, massive work being done by all the NGOs, some represented here today. And in fact, even today is a great example of this with Mental Health Europe conference, Let's Talk Empowering Recovery in Europe, that's spanning many countries with experiences and knowledge that's being shared. Empowerment also comes from having voice, being listened to. And although there are some improvements here, many family members are often left on the sideline with the typical response from the services, oh, well, we can't discuss that because of confidentiality. But actually, they're missing the point. It's about the needs of the family members, not necessarily the service user that's at stake sometimes. And they also need to be listened to, and they also have needs. Now, there is some great work being done in some parts of the country, and we saw some fantastic examples down in Kilkenny there from the videos, and hats off to all the team down there doing some brilliant work. Sadly, that quality of work is not consistent across the country, and that's something that we must hope for and strive towards achieving. Empowerment also means the ability to make your own decisions, even if they're bad decisions. And this is something that's now been written into Irish legislation with the recent Assisted Decision-Making Capacity Act. And it starts to recognise the rights of the individual. Now, the CHIME explanation describes empowerment as having control over life, focusing on your strengths, and taking personal responsibility. And that very nicely summarizes a lot of what I've said. But is it the end goal? Well, no, I don't think it is. Not for me, because for me, CHIME is not a linear model. It's circular. It's kind of going back to that wheel I was talking about, revolving it. You see, because with empowerment, you get greater hope. You get an increased identity and the confidence to be more connected. And that in turn will lead to greater empowerment. So the whole wheel turns. And I'd just like to maybe finish with one little quote, which I picked up from Dr. Steve Maraboli's book, Unapologetically You, where he says, we all make mistakes, have struggles, and even regret things in our past. But you are not your mistakes. You are not your struggles. And you are here now with the power to shape your day and your future. And so with that, I'll just like to hand back to the panelists. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's great. So good. There really is so much to say and so much to hear. And I know that the chat is just so busy right now. There's so many questions coming in. So yeah, go Belinda.
And this is to all the panelists. What do you think about self-empowerment and self-recovery?
If I come in there, if that's okay. I think probably ultimately all empowerment is self-empowerment. I suppose we've become much more eco-aware, and the question is, must you generate your own power? And is it a renewable resource? Because I think in the earlier workshops on human rights, we heard that the system often isn't conducive. Sometimes even legislation, some power systems, some historical systems actively disadvantage people. And when we use the language of disadvantage, it's a verb. It means the system is rigged against you. So sometimes it's very difficult to get back up and dust yourself down and go forward again. So I think all power is ultimately self-empowerment, because if someone gives you power, they could equally take it back at some stage. So you must generate this for yourself. But there will be moments in our lives when, if you're struggling, or if, for example, if you feel you're drowning, someone shouting instructions on the breaststroke aren't terribly useful to you at that time. You need to be in a stable place, you need to be in a safe place, feel secure in yourself, and then start to build forward. And for people who sometimes have a recurring experience of mental health issues, you know, the fact that they get up again and dust themselves down, that is the most extraordinary courage I've seen so many times. And I can fully understand that sometimes people just can't muster that at certain points in their lives. But I think ultimately most power is and empowerment comes from within the individual.
Thank you for that. Anyone else would like to share?
Just, I noticed on the chat, I think it's Guadalupe, that says empowerment is an old-fashioned word, and it has that sense of hierarchy or something that others give to you. So a bit like Martin said, I think it's very important. And whilst we have the word empowerment around, that we're very clear about that sense of that people are empowering themselves, but they also have to be, they have to take that power for themselves to some extent, because people aren't always going to give them permission. So we sometimes have uphill battles to be empowered, if you like. It's a bit like self-stigma, where sometimes we turn things back on ourselves when actually the problem is not within ourselves, the problem is outside. So how do we keep thinking about empowerment as something that is a leveling up or a balancing? Because too often we are put in positions where we are, as Olga said earlier, the passive recipient, where things are done to us and for us. We want people to be alongside us on this journey of recovery. We don't need people to be above us or below us, but beside us. So taking control and being empowered is very important, that people feel that for themselves.
Thank you, Nigel, for that. And a question for Olga. What's your feelings about stigma and discrimination?
When I first was admitted to the psychiatric institution as an inpatient, I just felt that I was in a totally different dimension of the modern world, you know, because people stopped listening to me. They were doing something to me, but not listening, not reacting to my, words. And this was such a situation when I actually felt myself as an object or someone outside of the human world, and this was very strong perception. I'm a peaceful human. I don't want these fights actually. I wanted my biology in the beginning, but it just made me very angry when I saw all this. And discrimination. Discrimination means that actually people act. Stigma is like you think negatively about others, but discrimination already means existing of practices or some behavior that actually affects you in a discriminatory way, and we still have this, plenty of them. And actually, even the good words like recovery, empowerment, and other words can be abused by the system, and that's our fear, because, you know, once funding is allocated towards practices that are built on the principles of recovery and empowerment, it's very likely that a lot of old-fashioned professionals will just readjust their own texts for grant applications or for some funding, and they will develop something that will be very disastrous for ourselves while using the same great words. So and stigma, of course, it's a big problem. In case of coronavirus, for example, actually people with mental health issues were accused of spreading the virus, while in fact it was not the case. It were patients in the hospital who just failed to obey the rules of the hospital. They didn't have any mental health challenges, but on media it was portrayed like someone with mental health issues infected 3 medical personnel. So yeah, it's widespread, and we need to do something about that.
For sure, yeah.
You're totally right there, Olga. Thanks very much. And the last question, I'm just conscious of the time, everyone, as all these questions will not go unanswered, and they will be given to all the panelists, and the video will be done and sent out within a month for all the people that are registered here in today's event. It's an open question to the panelists here. How do you think that the coverage of mental health challenges in media, news, entertainment, movies, etc. impacts the individual's identity and empowerment of people living with mental health challenges and their family supporters?
Can I take that one, or I'll start it off?
Go for it, Martha. Yeah.
Yeah, because I have a kind of a bee in my bonnet about it. I remember when I was younger and I was looking for representation, and we know how important representation is, and looking for role models of people who had similar challenges to me. And I remember reading a book, and the woman in the book, she ended up in prison. People were afraid of her. Just, you know, and thinking to myself, am I going to be that woman? I just think representation is so important. And I think a lot of the time mental health gets used for shock value. You know, the most sensational story, the most dramatic ending, especially in horror movies, actually. And I've started to try to challenge myself to watch more horror movies, because I'm just a coward. But you know, sometimes I see this idea of the psycho killer, or people with mental health challenges are dangerous and unpredictable, and that really upsets me on a personal level, and also for all of my peers, because even in my most, I know I can't speak for everyone, but I will speak for myself and say, you know, when I was hospitalized and I had psychosis, I was neither a danger to myself or others. I was very confused. I definitely needed some support. My ideas were definitely blown out of proportion, but I don't believe, and I will never believe, that I was dangerous to myself or to anyone else. You know, I don't believe my personality changed. I just believe my thoughts were were out of control a little bit. But this idea that I was a danger, and you see that in a lot of mental health legislation for people who are going to be involuntarily admitted, is this idea that they're dangerous. And yeah, I think the media plays on that a bit too much. So that's just my take on it. I'd love to hear everybody else on the panel's view.
Thank you, Marta. I think just looking at the chat there, someone was saying that media can be a credit, you know, I mean, as well as far as like promoting mental health, like recovery education and supports that's out there, do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's just finding the balance, isn't it, really? But thanks very much, Marta, do you know what I mean? And Gina, I'm quite curious, yeah? Gina, what element of CHIME is important to you?
Oh, well, definitely I find that my my focus on CHIME changes kind of depending on what's happening in my own life or in work or that. But for now, I think empowerment is definitely the one, and what everyone is saying around, you know, empowerment always means self-empowerment. To me, definitely it does. Like, people can put things in front of me, but I have to take them, you know. So for me, empowerment is the most important right now, and it always refers to self-empowerment. So now it's your turn, Belinda. What do you think is the most important aspect?
Right back at you, Jean, and mine will be empowerment as well, do you know what I mean? And to gain power over my own life, do you know what I mean? For so long it's been disempowered. So it's actually opening up that pathway to mental health services by involving family members and involving people with lived experience through co-production and having that voice and choice, and advocating for yourself and your loved one in recovery and in mental health, and being seen as equal in the mental health services and community NGOs as a person with lived experience or a family member. Yeah. So, you know. Well, thank you so much, everyone. I really enjoyed this chat and discussion and this engagement piece. And thank you, Marta, and thank you, Nigel. Thank you, Sushil. Thank you, Martin. And thank you, Olga, for your great insight of your understanding of different elements of CHIME. And we'd just like to say thank you, Gina, for being my co-host here.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the audience coming in with all the questions and the nice comments and that. And unfortunately, we couldn't get to all your questions, but we will get, panelists will answer your questions within a month with video, and you can check that out on www.mentalhealthireland.ie/empowerment and recovery. As we always say in the organisation I work in, is like, have you chimed it today? So just think of that. That's a food for thought for everyone. And thank you so much. And I'll pass you back to Catherine.
I love it, Belinda, because we are coming to the end of the day, and I think we started a strong day. The strength grew during the day, and it's still there at the end of the day. I think there's lots gathered in the chat. I think there's a lot of food for thought there that we need to gather, and we need to hear from people, and we would be only too delighted to hear from you, because we've started something today. Let's not just forget it today. Let's keep this going. And before I say a big thank you to everyone who contributed today, I want to let you know that we have a truly fantastic, joyful finish. And I know that it'll have you dancing in your chairs, in your kitchens, in your gardens, or wherever you are. I really appreciate the fact that you've all stayed on for so long today, because, you know, we're in different time zones. And it was a long day, but I think an amazing day, and fair play to absolutely everybody involved, including yourselves as the participants. So if we can just put up the acknowledgements there, because if I was to, this is the whole thing about co-production. When you talk about co-production, there is so many people involved, from our main co-production team to our recovery trail team, to our poetry, music, graphics team, to our panelists, to each and every one of you, to the collation of the art, photography and poetry, our keynote speakers, our workshop facilitators, our session facilitators, our moderator, our social media team, Discover Kilkenny Tourism, and our technical team. When you leave the event after the final musical ensemble is finished, an evaluation form will pop up. Please, 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 can you fill this out to help us to know what worked well and what could be improved, and any thoughts you have for future seminars that would be helpful. We will also send that evaluation to your email address. Today just flowed beautifully and seamlessly, and this just doesn't happen by itself. Our conductor of the technical orchestra, which made this virtual space our reality today, was Sonia Renix. She's worked tirelessly, and when I say tirelessly, people here know what I mean when I say tirelessly, who know Sonia, over the last few months to make sure that every single thing went to plan, and created the wonderful graphics, the webpage that you'll see tomorrow, and managed the technical side of this event. But again, Sonia could not have done this on her own, and she was delighted to have the super talents of Andy Murphy and Jack Deacon in the orchestra, who provided the support to keep everything in tune for all of us. Thank you, and sincere thank you from all of us, Sonia and the team. And now I'm going to give you my one bar of, and now the end is near, and so we face that final curtain. And I leave it at that. We have come to the end of our day together. I truly, truly hope you have enjoyed, learned, shared, got excited. You feel energized. You have lots of ideas to take back to your country, your organization, your family, and your teams. We have loved having you with us on this journey at this very strange time in all our worlds. From the bottom of our co-production team's hearts, thank you for being with us today. We are finishing off with a fantastic number from the Rugs called Come Up and See Me, Make Me Smile. From our spiritual space, Slán go fóill, goodbye, arrivederci, au revoir, a wiedersehen, adios, ciao, nach van vis, do widzenia, proszę, visagara, sayonara, hey hey, adjo, and g'day. Take it away.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying this online seminar. My name is Billy Clark, and I was given the task of putting together the music and poetry showcase for this online seminar. And all I can say is that I'm just wowed and amazed by the contributions that were sent in from everyone across Ireland, across Europe. Your music and poetry is just amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I'd like to thank especially Mary Woods, David from Recovery College Southeast, and Tiernan Jones for helping me to put this together. I'd also like to really thank all the contributors. Colm J. Lawless, thank you. Thank you, Magella, for reading Colm's poems so beautifully and so powerfully. I'd like to thank Karatzis Tionis, I hope I'm getting your name right, for your beautiful poem Liberty, which really captivated our hearts here in the Mayo Recovery College. I'd like to thank the brilliant music ensemble that is Rugs, who contributed 2 pieces to this showcase. I'd also like to thank my good friends from Mayo, James McNicholas and Karishma Falfelli, for their contributions. My sisters, Tara and Sarah, thank you so much for your beautiful voices. And also the beautiful poetry of Julia Sellers and the music of Destroika and Pat Coldrick. You added so much to this online seminar, and thank you so much. And you really, I suppose you really encapsulated everything of what we're trying to do here today, of showing that empowerment comes from within. And you really showed that in your creativity, in your art, your music and your poetry. So thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of this show. I'm going to leave you with Rugs, who are going to close us with their song, Come Up and See Me. And thank you again. Take care, everyone.
One, two, three, four. You've done it all. You've broken every rule. You spoiled the game. No matter what you say. We're only better one There's nothing left. Hold on and run away. And you carry me forward. It's just a test, a game for us to play. We're all losing hearts
Okay, hope that was okay. Brilliant. Like 70, I don't know. Bye.